You are doing well. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. We've got a little bit. I got roughly around 30 minutes before the live letter kicks off. I don't know if they've already done their sound check. Typically, we'll see that happen overall. My voice is still waking up. If you're watching this in the archive, if you're watching this after the fact, thank you for being here. If you feel like this earns it, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button for more content. If there's anything that stands out, any reactions or whatever, be sure to hit the clip button and send that our way right now, because Twitch does not, not Twitch. Twitch does a great job of making clips. YouTube, if you don't send me the link, I'll never know. I'll never know if a clip was made. Good morning, Chad. I got my Final Fantasy mug ready to go. If you haven't seen this one, he is beauty, he is grace. He'll deal 9999 damage to your face. I'm going to speak as my voice wakes up. Looks like Chris is ready to join in. I'm going to go and add him into the room. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy live letter day. Good morning to the
hello.
Twitch chat over there. Good morning to the YouTube chat.
I need another display on here.
More displays.
Heyo.
Heyo. Oh, man. So you doing some triple triad over there on Twitch? Oh, there's my alarm. There's my Brian, get up and go. I always have I always, still to this day, will be slightly nervous when going to sleep. Like, will I wake up and remember that I'm okay? And it's not going to be one of those, because sometimes I wake up, I get up early most days anyway. And occasionally I'm like, you know what? I don't need to get up early today. I can just sleep in and just get up later. Oh, good. Okay, here's their sound check. I'll go ahead now. I'll add it in so people don't panic. I'll lower that as well. There we go. Boom. Awesome.
Yep, they've been sound checking.
Yeah, this is usually what that is. It's like 30 minutes prior, they jump on, make sure that nothing's wrong. Like, that's exactly what you want to do.
There we go.
But yeah, so I was like, last night I was like, oh my gosh. Remember the live letter. Like, I was so tired last night. I was like, all right, I had to put my phone away. Like, I would have to physically get up and go, and so that's how I managed it today.
I am on a tear with cards this morning.
Nice.
I've gotten 4 cards out of 8 wins, and I've also beaten a trainer that didn't have a card for me that I just had never beaten before. So out of a total of 9 wins, I'm up 4 cards.
Okay.
Which is just amazing.
Let me know if Chris sounds better, guys. They said you're coming in a little bit quiet, but...
oh, that could just be me. I could just be quiet. I've streamed a lot this week.
it was like, man, maybe I'll go live last night. I was like, put the kids to bed. And then I was like, yeah. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, I'm tired. I definitely shouldn't go live, because I know I'll stay up way past, that's usually when I stream at night. It's always like, yeah, I'll wrap up at a nice 9:30, plenty of time. And then it's always like rolling downstairs at midnight going like, well, yeah. And then the next day I'm like, nothing but regrets. Oh, man. Riku completed their goal, got them all before the patch. Congrats.
What's the...
Yeah, and Dragoon changes are delayed to 7.0. I wonder if they're going to start talking about kind of some of that, because I know they said they're going to talk about direct hit and critical hit changes in depth in this live letter. And so I wonder if all of a sudden we start to see, part of that, like, to bleed into kind of, like, maybe we'll get some kind of insight into some directions that they're planning for 7.0.
Oh, there's cards in Eureka. Kugane is my next one.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Dr.
Hey,
King,
all
thank
right.
you so much for 15 months.
Thank you, sir. The as an announcement for the YouTube side and even the Twitch side, I'll be live over on Twitch tonight. The link is pinned in the comments and in the description on the YouTube side. We're doing a charity stream for St. Jude's. We've, I think, almost hit our second goal. So you guys, like, we haven't even done the fishing tournament yet. You don't have to play if you want it. I'm gonna be giving away $25 to a random person in stream and like Amazon gift card. We'll also be giving away $25 for each winning category. We do not have tools to track it. Unfortunately, has to just, at least for this kickoff of a fishing tournament, has to go off the honor system. But if this is a success, I'd happily probably do something in Final Fantasy fishing as well. Like I was just thinking about like fun things that we can try to do, etc. But I've been working on Dancer in Final Fantasy 14. Got the last 3 jobs until I'm Omni 90, and then the fun begins, and then I could play the game.
All right. Plus swap chaos.
Thanks for the lurks, rule. We love our lurkers.
Drifter, thank you for half a year.
Holy smokes! Thanks, Drifter.
All right. Brian, I did get to finish Heavensward yesterday, so I did make it. That was the goal this week, was to finish Heavensward in 1 week, base 3.0.
Yeah,
that
dude.
is now done.
So I know we need to film a video for that for YouTube, but just I loved watching it, especially when he kind of got to that midpoint dungeon or a little post midpoint dungeon.
Yeah, the first half's a little slow. Because I'd been told, basically my whole Final Fantasy time that Heavensward was like the greatest game ever made. Mm-hmm. And so like the first half's an awful lot of setup. So yeah, you're right. Then until that kind of midpoint, it was a little slow out of the gate, but it picked up.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot that has to get set up, obviously, with the houses and the knights and the 1,000-year war, of war, and it's interesting, and I think they do a really good job as you go into the point patches as well. So congrats, first time. I need to go, and if chat has really good clips, I'll need to go back and try to turn those into shorts, because I posted those over on Work to Game as shorts, and they seem to be there were some really good moments.
I know people were clipping some things.
Just saying, Yoshi P is currently swamped with work. You think that he's getting ready for patch 6.2 and 16 next summer.
He spread a lot of directions.
I know, right? Thanks, guys, for the 11 likes here on the YouTube stream. We'll see. We got almost 100 people live with us right now, and we'll see if we can't, guys, maybe maintain a 50% like to viewer ratio. So
they asked if he'd seen the new One Piece movie yet, and he goes, "I look this tired. Do you think I've seen it yet?"
Yeah.
No.
I wanted to see the Thor movie, and I haven't got a chance to yet. And then I was like, oh, maybe I'll go to do that for my like around my birthday, and just didn't get around to it. And I also want to take the kids to see the DC Super Pets movie, and I still haven't yet to do that. So who knows? I have not been watching movies myself.
You're missing Heaven on High cards. Holy crap. I don't think I realized that the Heaven on High was going to be a required step.
Now, Adam asks, how stoked are we to learn more about the Criterion dungeons, and that they're really excited about them? Do you think we're going to see more about the Criterion here in the stream, Chris?
So I think you have 2 choices. One, they go over Criterion now, and that's what we get, and people get really excited today, and then we have to all slowly come to the realization that October is the earliest those show up.
Yeah.
And that's a long way away. Or 2, there is a history of getting a 3rd live letter within the patch cycle that starts the relic. It's not every expansion. Shadowbringers, for example, with the delays in early March of 2020 is when we were entering that relic cycle, and so that was not a time that we got a lot of feedback from them. But Stormblood, for example, we had a third live letter within the 0.2 cycle that was just Q&A over Eureka. So if it's a drastic change, knowing that Sildine Subterrane is our first Criterion dungeon, knowing that the Hildebrand questline is a large chunk of the only Sildine lore in the game, and knowing that it's not an exploration zone, there is a real chance that it's a chance to say, okay, we need to go over Criterion, we need to go over Manderville, we need to go over this, and all that's half patch. So that could be its own live letter. So I think those are the kind of the two options. So I know that's not an answer, but option one is yes, we absolutely hear about today. It's going to be, I think it's the part of this whole patch cycle that I'm most excited about.
Yeah, it's the thing I'm most looking forward to. Yeah, that's the thing I'm most looking forward to. Chaos Rider, you freaking legend. Chaos Rider just gifting 25 subs to the community over on Twitch. Thank you so much, man. That's insane. And that's, again, to the YouTube side, will be Chris and I share Work to Game, so we appreciate that support so much. I'll be live over there, and if you guys haven't followed over on Work to Game, apparently 25 of y'all just got a gifted sub, so if you're make sure you hit that follow button over on Twitch as well, so that way you'll be eligible for craziness like that. I need to get in a habit. I never really do this because I'm always just happy when someone shares their Prime with us, and we're always like, be sure to give away those Bezos bucks. But part of me is like, I should remind people in YouTube videos, like, oh, do you have Amazon Prime? Do you like to give away money? Not saying it's gotta be me.
It makes a huge difference.
Oh man, I think that's one of the reasons why Fortnite got like stratosphered into like the sun. Like it was doing really good as a game, and then like this guy named Ninja comes out, and then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, they had the Twitch Prime, and he was like, yeah, I made like $280,000 one month, and all of a sudden it was like, we're all Fortnite players now, boys. I was like, no.
Are we watching the live letter? We will be watching the live letter. They're pre-showing right now.
Yeah, this is the sound check.
So they're just kind
of doing what we're doing, bannering, warming up the old vocals. I guess they've been awake all day.
Right now, they just got the feedback that the audio doesn't bother them as much as seeing him this tired.
Yeah.
Remember, this is a part 2 of the live letter, so that means they're going to probably rehash everything for a section, just everything they went over in part 1. But this is your gameplay demo.
Oh my lordy. Oh my lordy. Book Boy gifting 50 subs to the community over on Twitch. Holy freaking crap, dude. Thank you so much for that support. Do we have a thing you're going to do that's ridiculous if we hit the goal? Because
yeah, we're going to do another thank you stream. Guys, I've been enjoying streaming a lot lately. I've been getting all sorts of fun content in game I've never done. And so I've been doing streams outside of our normal streams, which are basically live letters in 4 days a week. Is my typical coverage. And you guys just hanging out, that's what makes that happen. Obviously, there is a financial component, but like largely just being there is the goal. But I want to stream a lot more. And so I've been doing that thanks to sponsors lately. So we've been doing sponsored extra streams. And when we hit a sub goal, that triggers a stream sponsored by you guys. Just an extra, and so I thank each and every one of you.
Book Boy's like, where's that hot tub stream, Chris?
Hot tub stream.
Do a hot tub stream in game, like, because Chris's in-game character is a Makote, and he's always looking at pig outfit or whatever. How freaking trolly would that be, right? Like, How freaking troll and funny would that be? I think it'd be funny for like 5 minutes as people come in really confused. But you never know. You never know. Good morning, chat. Good morning, everybody. I'm actually very interested in Island Sanctuary. If there was a way to put up like a poll that persisted across the live stream into kind of like a couple days until the content's released. I've seen article after article talking about everything that Yoshi P said that Island Sanctuary would not be. So I have since the image we've been talking about, like, I really am looking forward to it. I think it looks like really comfy content, really just cozy content. Let's get those minions. It gives me a reason to kind of go gather minions to see them run around, but I'm just worried that people are going to come into it and just have the worst expectations, and then we're just going to see drama that's going to unfold. But I think the thing like we could expect, the first thing I think we're all going to be really hyped and excited for is going to be when they open up with the trailer itself. So that's going to be fantastic.
669, nice. Ryder gifting us up. Thank you so much.
And thanks for the 37 likes. Over here on the YouTubes. Helps to
the way our last thank you stream worked, and I'm listening to kind of feedback, and we'll decide how to do the next one. Is basically I picked stuff to do in game that I'd never done or I hadn't done enough of, and everything I did counted for one of you. Mm-hmm. And so like if I did an 8-man mount farm, every kind of attempt, we thanked 8 of you before the attempt and saw if the 8 of you could get us the mount. And so I went through and I thanked every single person that was subbed, obviously continually saying, I am aware and thank you to those of you that did a lot of the gifting, because it is a lot of gifting that gets us there. But I thanked all the people whose names were subbed. I exported that list. And so like these triple triad vendors and stuff, we were dedicating cards to it. So
now, once this the live letter is done, we'll actually raid into our live letter summary / mini podcast that we'll be doing to kind of highlight that. If you guys haven't subbed to the Crystal Core Radio podcast, all those links should be on the YouTube side of it. But just note that after this live letter, discussion, live reaction. This stream will end and should automatically redirect you into the next stream where we'll be chatting with you guys. We'll summarize the information. We'll have a discussion about what we liked, what questions remain, what surprises there were. Obviously with 6.2 right around the corner, we will be getting a date today as well. And then Dark Light, thank you so much joining the Tier 2 Vishap Club here on Ginger Prime. Appreciate that support. Hope you enjoy your emotes and more.
You guys have been clipping stream lately for by the way, for a while. And I do want to say, just like Brian, we started out the stream with Brian shouting out YouTube clips, and he has to tell you how to use them because they don't work logically on their own. Twitch clips, some of those get submitted to Lulu, so we get to be on Lulu from time to time. And I appreciate that. And then those become these notifications. So I'm looking to add another wave of them soon.
Yeah.
I think it's built up enough. It's time for another wave.
If you can lurk on both, that actually works the best, Sephiroth. Just lurk support is support, so it's, yeah, if you're watching on both, thank you. If you're watching on one, thank you. Really appreciate it. We try to give this as just the option because we know some people can't watch like Twitch while they're at work. We like having this. I like having this as an archive of gameplay. In fact, actually, I was like, one of the things I'm trying to find the time for right now is I want to play through Final Fantasy VII-R, and I want to have that archived, in terms of like YouTube. But yeah. See, Riku's double dipping. Oh, double dipping's great.
All right, they're getting ready. They're starting to wind down.
Yeah, my coffee's starting to be about empty as well, so I might refresh it before the official show. as my voice warms up. It's always kind of funny, like to go back and like, oh man, yeah, Brian and Chris in the morning. Brian sounds like a frog ribbon. This is my best voiceover work, though. Hello. This summer, you won't believe your eyes when a Makote and a Elzen get together and cast the live letter for Final Fantasy XIV, patch 6.2. Islands will fly. Bikinis will be there. It's the summer. Can you buy Final Fantasy XIV via PayPal, like upgrading from a free account to a full version using PayPal? I know you can use PayPal to buy Krista, which you basically use that to cover your sub. You can't have your sub direct into PayPal, but you can use PayPal to buy Krista. Can Krista be used to purchase the game? I don't have an answer for that. Does anybody?
Can you pay your sub through Steam?
I think so. I think you can pay your sub through Steam.
So can you pay PayPal through Steam? Can't Steam be powered by PayPal?
Yeah, Steam can be powered by PayPal.
So you could be on Steam.
Right, but then you're going to be locked into Steam, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but there are people who like PayPal's their preferred vendor.
Right. I use PayPal a lot. I use PayPal a lot. I use PayPal to buy multiverses. I was like, oh yeah.
Oh, come on. Just drop the card. Just drop the card. It's not that hard. Just.
Oh, cool. And Riku says you can also purchase it on PSN using PayPal.
You can pay your sub through Krista. But if you're buying the game through the SE store, not the MOG station, you would not be able to use Krista.
But if you buy it through PlayStation or through Steam, that can then be done. So you have to.
There are also other vendors that sell game codes.
I guess that's right.
I always buy mine through the Square Enix store, but.
All right, Elemento, congrats! Just completed Heavensward. Chris actually just did the same thing. Chris just finished his playthrough of Heavensward for the first time. Well, still, I think that's still incredible. And thanks, guys, for the 54 likes. We've got almost 200 of you all here with us on the YouTube side of it. But challenge you guys to get to 100 likes.
He's about to take a break. Okay, that's the end of the sound check.
So we got 10 minutes.
Come back.
Yeah, we got 10 minutes until they come back.
Go time.
And I'll turn up their volume as well.
And I'll turn off all the notifications during that.
All mine are already muted.
If any of you could remind me, just so I don't forget, about 5 minutes out, I want to go ahead and run a 3-minute ad break, just in case there's. I don't know that that's even necessary. I don't know that there's anybody in chat that doesn't have a sub badge. But I would do that to protect you from ads.
Yeah,
I don't know. If
Twitch handles our ads over on.
Sometimes there's literally none left, so I don't have to do that. But you get I think it's 3 minutes an hour, 4 minutes an hour, something like that.
Yeah.
So it's less than radio, it's less than YouTube. Honestly, it feels like it's less than Hulu, and I pay for Hulu.
Hulu's got the worst ads. You have to get the ad-free version of Hulu, otherwise it's the worst.
But the difference is it interrupts a live thing, as opposed to on radio, they stop the song and then do the ads and then play the next song. And on YouTube, it pauses the video. And so that kind of makes the ads feel a little more obtrusive here, even though there's not that many.
No.
There's also a lot of ads, but they're 10-second ads. So people are I got 10 ads. It's well.
Here's what, so chat's asking, do I run ads on the YouTube streams? And I don't. But here's the weirdest thing. When I stream over on Twitch, it kept being meh, on the dashboard, it just was constantly in my face that I needed to do something. On YouTube, it's starting to do that now, but I don't hit the button. There's no, it's not you need to run an ad now or we'll do it for you. It's literally Okay, cool. Like, but it is on the YouTube side starting to pop up, and I'm wondering if YouTube's going to start leaning into that more and more on the live streams, especially as they sign these bigger creators for millions of dollars. Like, it's like, you know, oh, all right, how do we pay for it? Well, like as normal, let's get the medium guys to cover the cost. Like, so they're starting to pop up those like little things on the dashboard while streaming on YouTube, but no. And it's then
if you had both up, you get ads sometimes in the YouTube stream. So if you had both up, you could literally just tap between the streams.
Yeah. That's why I like YouTube Premium. Like, I don't think I could use YouTube without it.
It's not a perfect solution. I mean, ads support the platform.
What a bot! What a bot! This is this stream is trash.
Todd gifting us up to yays.
Oh, that's funny. All right, let's see here.
I'll need to go get. Actually, I have some coffee. I'd like to have some ice in it.
How's that? Let's see. No, that's not right. That's
and
so
Cloud
funny.
Gifting us up to Halo. Thank you. All right, so we'll run some ads for the handful of you, just to make sure. That's 20 wins. That seems like as good a place to stop as any. 20 wins, 5 cards, great morning. We start out every stream with Triple Triad, just until I get this freaking mount. Maybe until I get them all, who knows. But that's
so
how we've been
funny.
doing this. We're up to page 8. I made an initial pass at just trying to get really easy ones, and now I'm going through and getting the just easy ones, and then we'll just keep working down in difficulty until I've created a real problem for myself. Okay, so I'm running some ads on the Twitch side, and I'm gonna go get ice. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, see you in a second.
Here we go.
This is nuts. So I was gonna go get some more coffee, but I've got this crazy random bot. Do they think that works for them? Thanks, guys, for the 67 likes. I really appreciate that. Yeah, bot and chat. Let's see here. Did I get them all? Did I get them all? There we go. You subscribed just to type that. Let's see here. I will now specifically never engage with MC Frosty's content. Yeah. Well, thanks for subscribing to be able to type that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, some random bot was just like, I'm gonna just mass spam. Oh my gosh. What the heck? All right, cool. If they come back, we'll have to figure out how to. I don't know how that doesn't get caught by like YouTube auto mod or something, you know? Like some people might be getting a mod upgrade. All right, cool. Chris, yeah, eat the bots. I'm gonna go grab myself another cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
All right. I am back. I don't have anywhere to set this because I clear out my plate from yesterday. I usually clean up, but I was exhausted after stream. I was like, well, clean up. We'll clean up after. Okay. Should be all set. That should have everybody back. Oh boy, gifting a sub tonight, bot. There we go. We're here, we're ready. Good morning. For anybody that does not know how this works, because they've never seen these before, I do want to say thank you, Book Boy. Thank you guys for all the gifted subs. Thank you for those of you that have come back and renewed your sub. I do appreciate it, and it's good to see all of your shining faces this morning. So these are going to be in Japanese. We are going to be reading the live translation from Reddit. That'll give Brian and I a chance to kind of talk over it. The slides will be in English, and then we are going to go ahead and I'll turn off alerts here. We can go back over it after. Brian and I will have some commentary in addition to reading the translation. We'll kind of chat, so we will fill your ears with our voices. The Final Fantasy official stream is over on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to have that up, Brian is streaming over on his YouTube channel, and I stream on behalf of Work to Game. We can't stream to the Work to Game channel as part of our Twitch agreement, so there's kind of some, you can't be live in both places. But Brian can have his own layouts and do his own Ginger Prime thing, because Ginger Prime is independent of Work to Game. So that's where he'll be. When this ends, these are usually several hours long. This is a part 2 that's going to be fairly gameplay focused. Basically, they'll have a summary, they'll have some gameplay, then they'll have kind of like a QVC merch session. Sometimes that has like interview components. We stick around for that part because that's where we hear rumors of things like FanFest and stuff like that. We expect the patch date to be announced today. I expect the patch date to be August 23rd is what I expect it to be. If we don't hear about Criterion and Variant a lot today, there's probably a third live letter within the 0.2 cycle, building into 0.3. They did that back in Stormblood and in Heavensward, but they did not in Shadowbringers. When this ends, several hours from now, Brian and I will sum it all up. And so we'll do a big summary. If that turns into like a full podcast length, that'll get pushed over to Work to Game. And then I will film a just more dense summary, leaving a little more of my opinion out of it, and push that over to Gaming Kinda. Sometimes Brian does the same thing for Ginger Prime. So with the countdown over, that gives me a chance to move Discord into position on my 4 monitors. I'm going to turn off I turned off notifications. We can replay those after and say thank you to anybody that comes in. Appreciate you being here, but we want to hang on there every word.
All right.
And,
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah,
so that's kind of the general rundown of how that works.
Oh, cool. I don't know what rundown we were given, but there we go.
Oh, triple tried count. Thank you.
Nice. Yeah, we'll be the Reddit community handles the translation, so we'll be providing context to our 13 years with this game. So like what you can expect, etc.
6 last Monday.
Happy birthday. Also, in an interesting thing, just kind of as a highlight, or kind of procedural as we jump into it, if you get a gifted sub, just note that up at the top on YouTube, it'll say claim gift. So it does kind of ensure that you're here for it. And then on the Twitch side, occasionally we have some incredible supporters who, if you just type over on the Twitch side, then they'll give you a sub. So in a weird way, like
yes.
in a weird way, by just chatting and whatnot, that ends up helping out in some way. You might be eligible for a gifted sub if that rolls down.
A handful of generous people. Ad-free is largely available on Twitch, which feels bizarre.
Yeah. Hey, Zane, guys, if y'all haven't been following Zane's content, handles a lot of money making, crafting, and gathering guides. He's over here on YouTube. You can see his name in chat right now, Zane Leinhart. All hail Bahamut.
Soken said we should watch to the end. Well, good news, Soken.
Good news.
We've been doing that for like 50 or 60 of these now.
We have the biggest plush that we'll ever release. Oh, trailer time.
Okay, okay.
And we will watch this back in English during the break. Let the chocobos run free, baby! That's gorgeous. This looks massive already. The fell court of Troya. Yes! Yeah! Oh, hell yeah, baby! I love that callback to Final Fantasy IV!
それならそれで何度でも倒すだけだ。シュルル、そのエーテル我が糧にしてくれる。
Oh, I love it. Oh, baby. Oh yeah, that I was like, that's them reworking the Heaven's Word fight. Okay. I was like, holy crap, what's going on with the dragons?
What good music.
Oh yeah. Back in with the trust for the vault. Oh.
空中戦はお前たちだけのものじゃない。
Yeah, World of Darkness.
ならば解く行け。そして我らに立てつくことの愚かさ、その魂に刻みつけてやるのだ。
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. We don't get audio from Ryan hosts this thing on the rear, and so I don't get audio. So if you wonder why there's like a wild thing here on Twitch, that's me making it work.
Yes. Kate Sith either is coming back or that's a callback to other stuff.
All right. Welcome to the 70-second live letter. That will be posted in English. Those usually go live immediately or close to it. So we'll get to watch that at the break while they take a break, because we don't take breaks, which is really brave of us, for 3 hours at a time, as opposed to Yoshi P, who doesn't take breaks 4 months at a time.
That trailer was packed. That trailer was packed.
Yeah.
So I hope you guys enjoyed that. The hype level, the blood pumping, the heart racing. Yes.
Super cool.
Turn them up a little bit. But yeah, they're going to be, this won't be in English, but we will be giving you guys the translation breakdown by Reddit. Their links are in the description of this as well. So if you want to go if you're not following over on the Reddit Discord, you can go read this for yourself. We'll be providing our own context, expectations, and any additional details that we can. So buckle up, guys. It's going to be a good time. And thanks for the 102 likes. You guys are legendary. We have that. Y'all hit that goal. So I guess we got to set a new goal. Chat, pick a goal. I'll let you guys decide what your goal is. I'll let somebody type that in.
All right. So today is part 2. This is where we're going to have game footage. This is around the patch 6.2. So this is still ignoring anything 16.3 and beyond. So that is looking out at things like Deep Dungeon. That also means that anything they reveal about the relic system today would be pretty light, most likely, because obviously that's a system that's going to mature all of that. And look at that. The date is August 23rd.
Who could have called it?
Huh.
Shocker.
for anybody that no video audio, yeah, I'm gonna turn up some just kind of music in the background, some Final Fantasy music. Okay. Yeah, so we'll be talking over them because we don't speak Japanese. But if you'd like the Japanese audio, if any of you do speak Japanese, they are live over on both Twitch and YouTube. So the reason we thought it was the 23rd was that typically the live letters are 11 days prior to the patch. Typically, Moogle Tombstone events are 29 days out from the patch. And so both of those pointed identically to the 23rd. So the closer we get, the easier it gets to predict. My original date was actually the 9th, based on just counting days and weeks since the previous patch. So this is, and I'd already added in what I thought was a fair delay for the fact that they said the patch schedule would be slower than past expansions. It's slower still. So it's, but like the content per patch is enormous. Ridiculous amount. There is. Chris posted the trailer link over in Twitch, but there's your links. They go ahead and post it in all 5 supported languages. The Brits and the Americans are the same thing. Us Americans just get used to English accents. But
Yoshipi's talking about they might watch the trailer again.
I don't know why do they do that? Why does America and Britain get a different link?
Tracking?
Okay.
But then
so
also
there are 4
within
supported languages for 14, but apparently.
Yeah, it's how many people are like the YouTube metrics in the UK versus, I don't know. I've never thought about that. I've never thought about that.
No. They have to fix fix the labels for ESRB versus PGI. Of course they do. What are they showing now?
He says obviously this is Island Sanctuary.
Some beautiful little music.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, so they're playing through the trailer and slow talking now. It's a little choppy on Brian's end. Are you watching on Twitch or YouTube?
I'm watching on YouTube.
You're watching theirs on YouTube?
Yeah. Right now everything seems to be
I think their
smooth.
Twitch got a cleaner encoding.
Could be. Never.
So they're watching back through the trailer. A little bit slower now. They'll get a chance to comment. So they said that first part was obviously Island Sanctuary.
I like the
And
second.
we end up in the void, looking dark.
Suddenly we end up in this world. It's looking dark. Oh, that transition, that Final Fantasy IV like fight transition into the music, freaking amazing. Oh, he seems Yoshipi says that Soken seems to have actually gotten the wipe sound from Final Fantasy IV, the original one. I was like, I thought that was spot on.
So this is the dungeon.
It's got to be, yeah. I don't think he said they were gonna show us the trial until, like, we're probably not gonna see that. We might not see the trial.
Subterranean, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, that actually confused me. I was like, whoa, yeah.
This is they have removed the Heavensward trial on the bridge. They've removed that as a trial, and it is now going single player scenario. Yeah. Unlike Cape Westwind, though, it does not appear that we're getting a trial replaced for it. So Portu Decamana kept us at the same trial count because we just kind of swapped one for the other. That's just going single player scenario, which I think is a good change. But I just want to note it because as I've gone back and looked, it's very rare, but it does happen that 14 actually removes the quantity of group content reduces. It's rare, and like the story portion of it's not going away, but it's an important note.
King of Hearts remarks the reason why there's 2 different links for British and English. He says because America got the 1776 patch. Oh, tip of the freaking hat, dude. Good morning, creature. This kicked off roughly about 45 minutes ago. But the event officially kicked off here about 15 minutes. So
there's some pandemonium. Now they did say in the interview that memories, blurred memory here, refers to both the pandemonium storyline and the MSQ. So it's another, Those aren't actually that rare when they find a way to make the patch name have a double meaning in hindsight. Usually seems very obvious in hindsight what they are.
Yeah.
All right.
Coral Skipper says, whenever I watch these, the thing that stands out is that Yoshi P and his team really enjoy their own game. And I absolutely agree with that.
So he did say that so Yoshi P is, as they come out of the trailer, has noted that there is much, there's more than they could ever fit in the trailer. There's so much they couldn't even fit it, but they're not even sure they're going to cover it all in the live letter either. So I love that a lot of these patches have been kind of just catching us with surprises.
Yeah.
This will be a long stream, so get some snacks, some drinks. Well, thank you, Yoshi P. I packed a boiled egg and a banana because I have been trying to lose weight, so I got some healthy snacks. Brian, I weigh the same this week that I did the week I got married.
Oh, wow, man. You
10
look
years ago. First time I've been back at that weight.
Congrats. You looked insane, like incredible on your wedding. So tip of the hat to that. Yeah. I weigh less than I did when I got married, so that's good.
Epic.
Thank you.
I don't weigh what I weighed when we started dating. Really, the moment we started dating, we just climbed that relationship and weight mountain together. It was a one-directional slide.
You want pizza? Well, hell yeah, I want pizza.
I wasn't hungry, but if you are, I'll eat.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with our sex life. It's like, all right.
So.
All right, they're summarizing everything that we've kind of already seen so far to this point. So just kind of remind everybody who might be new to Final Fantasy and what this ends up being. New main scenario, new side quest, Tataru's Grand Endeavor is going to continue, and somehow further Hildebrand adventures actually in patch 6.25, which will be tied to the relic. So if you guys have not seen the announcements and you want to jump into the relic grind this time around, be sure to get caught up in Hildy. Chris has been doing that, and it's actually taking you a little bit longer than expected. But it's still
a lot longer than expected.
Give an estimate if you actually take part in the story.
I think if you really slow down and enjoy it, I think that if you do the cutscenes, you are looking at 6 to 8 hours, like a solid long Saturday or a couple days over a week for the ARR portion of Hildy, and then an additional 6 to 7 hours for the Heavensward plus Stormblood, and then whatever you've got left from Endwalker at the time that you get caught up. So I think that this could easily, as opposed to the last relic, asked you to go through an Alliance Raid series. An Alliance Raid series is 5 to 7 hours, start to finish, with the instances and queue times. This is a lot more than that.
And then I did have more hair when I got married, but I don't think that accounted for the weight. Like I jiggle a lot less than I did back then.
Mostly, it is all cutscenes. So if any of you don't like Hildy, or if you just want to watch a summary somewhere, you want to do it through New Game Plus. However you're having fun in this game, as long as you're not hurting somebody else's fun, you're doing it right. If you aren't into Hildy, if you hit the escape key, I bet the entire journey from ARR on like an alt or whatever, an alt to caught up, I bet is much closer to maybe just 5 hours or so. You've got some trials in there, so you do have some fights, some bonus battle content. They're very fun trials. That you need a couple of them for Blue Mage, and so that would factor for that. My 6 to 7 hours did include me stopping, laughing, smelling the roses. We had a great time. Lots of extra chat interaction that wasn't necessary, like talking to each individual person before starting the cutscene and all that.
Yeah.
Now, tribal quests. Big note here. We are dropping the term beast beginning in patch 6.2.
You are.
They're no longer beast. They're no longer less than. These are now tribal quests moving forward, and they'll be the Omicrons doing some gathering with us. So that'll be in the half patch, along with the beginning of our Relic series, along with Variant and Criterion dungeons. The Relic series, I think there's a very good chance that the Mandible weapons are tied to the Criterion and Variant dungeons.
There's definitely a chance. So for that, as people just to be aware of, also on that note, they are returning kind of the model of ARR and Heavensward in terms of that, with that kind of quest-driven design. So just note that this is not going to seemingly touch if we get some kind of expedition content like Bozja and Eureka, but we don't know about that as well. So for those of you who did not like Bozja and Eureka's relic process, you might actually really enjoy this relic's process. So.
For any of you that don't remember Hildy and want to go back through it, or you already hit the escape key and you don't feel like going back through it, over on Gaming Lore Kinda, my full-voiced playthrough is going live starting this week, so it'll all be up, so you can enjoy that. Chris the mod has noted that you might want headphones for some of it. I will tell you, there were some times chat was like, oh, I hope Chris's wife is working from home today and can hear the more adult content that the Hildy quest can kind of imply. Definitely gets a little ridiculous. And then if you want a super adult version, to just shout out another creator, some very not safe for work version of Hildy, I encourage you to go watch Sebi Webby. So there we go. Now, with the trial, normal extreme coming out at the same time. That means the next slide's probably Pandemonium. Remember, Savage is going to be delayed by 1 week. That means likely 1 extra week of tomes. We'll get to see the normals early, but what it really means is the Savage Raiders have a chance to enjoy the story. They have a chance to do the extremes and not feel like they are racing straight into the Savage content.
Now I want to say thanks to Eston441 for the $5 super chat from earlier and before we got raided by the bot. Says a realm overrun with primals and emotions on Elzen and Makote make their last stand in a hot tub. So anyway, thank you so much for that super chat.
And there is that delay, so that will likely be numbered. That if it is a numbered patch, that'll be numbered 6.21. Usually the .x one is 2 weeks. This is just going to be 1 week, but this is a big departure. Historically, the first Savage of the expansion would have been delayed by 2 weeks from the launch of the expansion, and every future Savage, the .2s and the .4s, would have launched alongside, all on the same day. And so that makes Savage Raiders feel like they have to decide, do I do the content that I've been looking forward to with the group of people I organized to do it with, or do I do all the other stuff that I also want to do? So there have been requests over the years. Most recently, last October, Ms. Tech asked in her interview during the media tour if they could consider delaying this. And so Yoshimi said that they would try out launching this after 1 week, and based on feedback, they would decide what to do moving forward. So this is not a permanent decision. I hope that this is overwhelmingly seen as positive. This is positive for 99.9% of people. And so I hope this stays. If anything, I'd move it out to the 2 weeks, especially because we have a longer patch cycle now. So one of the arguments against that would have been since it's a weekly lockout piece of content, the more weeks we have access to it, the more likely that most raid groups are able to get most loot within that window. But now that patch cycles are longer, I think we can have, not only a good amount of time with the content because it does the last 2 patches, that's 8 months, but we can also have that delay at the beginning to make sure people come into it in a way that they're really happy about.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really good to see kind of how this feels over the course of the next couple of weeks, because I think, this is probably going to be felt very positively overall. And a week seems kind of be exciting. You can do all your prep. The fact that Extreme's going to be out so that if you were a part of that world first race, you can jump into the Extreme. You can challenge yourself this week. So there isn't something that I felt is taken away. It's just in a way better staged. But that's how I felt when I heard it. I was like, that's interesting. Okay. All right. I guess, okay, that makes sense. But then it's like now, I think we'll have some real data, in terms of did people really enjoy that? Was that beneficial? Because, overall it is a change, and change can be was that a good change or a bad change? And we'll find out here in the next couple of weeks after the fact when people feel like that was healthy, that was fun. Yeah. I enjoyed more of 14, rather than felt like he had to kind of pack it all in and get it done,
Now, historically, anything with a race component, the old housing system, Savage, there's always been a 24-hour maintenance before the patch, and that 24 hours, if there is a race component, doesn't let up early, as opposed to other 24-hour maintenances. If it's ready early, it comes up early. With there not being a Savage, Grave asks, will there be a 24-hour patch? I don't know. That's a real question.
Well, we'll find out as we get. Do with maintenance? Yeah, we'll find out. Usually it has been. So
historically, but as we changed the order of events,
yeah,
was the maintenance just for the patch, or was the maintenance also for the Savage?
Yeah.
And we'll find out. Do we get 2 maintenances? Do we get just 1? And do they let it come up early?
I think if nothing else, over the world first, you would say that if there's a maintenance to enable, which would make sense that they would be, sure, that would have a set time where that's yep, and it's up, etc. Now, chat over here on YouTube challenged everybody to get to 700 likes. Somebody put that in, so I will leave that up to each and every one of you here. So it's a great free way of supporting the content, and I do appreciate it. But 700, that would have to be a record, I think. Yeah.
Now, they did say it was difficult to delay Savage because in major patches, unlike expansions, we add a new sort of tombstone. Now, we've had many people asking us to delay Savage because they want to race but also enjoy the story. We delayed it this time, so no adjustments were made. We asked for feedback. I know Yoshi. I know that Mr. Happy's been talking about, like, there's some math on at least the weapons and things like that they could do in the tombstone based on this, and so this could be something that evolves. He said, but all in all, I think Savage will be difficult this time. Remember, Tier 1, the first tier of an expansion, we're not Savage Raiders, but we've always been told it's kind of meant to be that invitation. Now, he does say even if you go in with 900 tomes, because that week technically you could, I think it's still going to be on a high level with a lot of new mechanics. Because remember, the content does nerf itself as the gear gets better. As the average gear score raises on a server, the content gets a little bit easier. So there is kind of this beautiful life. For the people that want the challenge, they do it early. And for the people that want a little less challenge, there's an element of, like, they don't have to nerf it. They can just wait. It'll kind of soft nerf. As strategies get documented, as eye level increases, it tends to get a little bit easier. Now, during the check, they tried to do the first 2 floors within 2 hours. The mechanics were explained to Yoshi P, but he couldn't remember them all. Now, as we move on past Savage, who is this person? What's in their hands? We don't know. That's Yoshi P saying that. He has no idea. He's never seen this.
Never seen this person before.
General is don't die. Yeah. General. All right. You guys are debating a hair color over here. Sephiroth's the new Unreal. This means that Ultima Unreal is going away. So if you want to have that clear, it was very, very reasonable to get into. We did it on stream. We had some people in there that had never done an Unreal at all. And so we got through it. That were also people who don't do extremes and savages. We got through it. There was plenty of deaths, but we had a great time. It was very fun. Lots of laughing. And this is a great way to kind of bring back content. But they live for 1 patch cycle. They took the expansion cycle off because there's plenty tied to that anyway. But that means that Sephiroth will be around from 6.2 to 6.3. They did say when they first added the Unreal Trial as a system that we would be maybe seeing those come back around. So maybe at some point, once there's a library of them, we'll get like a new one and one that's already been there.
Yeah.
But so far, we have yet to see them come back through.
Well, especially as, like, if the level cap continues to increase, etc., that it's like if the system's built, then But if you think about it, like if they're only doing 5, or 4 in expansion, it's going to take a while to get all of them into that kind of system as well. So that could be, who knows? Maybe they'll accelerate that down the road.
Sephiroth will likely be a lot harder than Ultima. So if you're looking to get into the system super soft, go ahead and do it anytime in the next roughly 2 weeks here. He does feel like Sephiroth was peak in terms of difficulty of trials. They turned it down a little. And so now let's talk about future support, future improvement to duty support. Now, duty support is something that is going to be updated over the course of this expansion. So we are now adding the dungeons along the path of the Heavensward MSQ. Remember, we skipped the optional dungeons, so like Dusk Vigil's not in there, for example.
Right.
Just like in IRR, Arm Veil wasn't in there, for example. These might have changes, so if you want to run them as they were, if you want to have that last moment before they get improved, just for nostalgia's sake, be sure to run these. That's what's been dictating the pace at which I go back and clear stories. I want to clear it the way it was. I can always clear it the new way too. And so that'll push through that, and then this will give us the rest of the Heavensward MSQ with 6.3, and then Stormblood will be sometime it says 6.4, 6.5. They may split it where it's like base Stormblood and Stormblood patch content. The Steps of Faith trial, going solo duty, just like Cape Westwind, it's getting just removed. And then Thorn March, they said was giving some new players problems. And since it is required for MSQ and duty support is only for 4-man MSQ at this point, they've said in 7.0 they consider 8-man, that needed to be revamped. During Heavensward, you're often traveling with a light party, so there is something a little bit different. In ARR, they were asked, hey, are we going to get to pick Scions? And everybody wanted, people had some favorites that they wanted to quest with. And the answer was no, because it didn't necessarily always make sense that person would be there.
Right.
In Heavensward, however, having just gotten out of Heavensward, I can tell you, in a lot of these dungeons, you go there with other people. You go there in a light party that you and 3 NPCs show up, and then after the battle you talk, and you're like, so sometimes they say, hey, we're going left, you go right. In that case, don't run with them because they're busy going left. There are other times where they're like, let's do this together, and then they disappear. And so I think the duty support system, they've shown some screenshots that show the ability to maybe quest alongside actual scions, and we'll be able to experience that.
Yeah.
So that should allow for some really neat moments that didn't exist otherwise.
Yeah, and then Stars Gaming says, if Estinian is going to be in the duty support, is the Airy going to be revamped because of the heal check that's on him in the boss? Who knows? Maybe he wouldn't be an option for that specific fight or something like that. Or maybe it does get revamped. It'd be interesting to see. It will be interesting to see.
Some of those we went in a group of 5, I think, which works really well for duty support because it means that they can cover all the roles, and then you just slot in and one person benches. And maybe, I don't remember the area exactly. I just did it yesterday, but I don't remember it. If there was 5 of us, then that would handle it, right? You just give us the other 4, make one of those a flex roll, and then it's fine. Look at this solo duty.
Yeah.
Look at who's with us. Whoa. Cool.
Yeah.
I will tell you, you don't get to spend enough time with Ida and Papalimo.
That's true.
So that's really, really neat to see them. We're basically getting content added that's going to feel more immersive with them.
Yeah. The regarding the Thorn March, normal is the one that got reworked. Extreme will actually be just the same.
That's awesome. That's the worst, dude. That's the worst trial to get in your trial roulette. It's just slow. It's just slow.
I think they see that when you zone in and you just see people saying, I'll take the 30-minute penalty. It's like, eh.
Cool.
Job adjustments and PvP updates.
Now, these used to be something that I think they kind of went over in like part 1s. Then they slowly moved to where they only talk about job adjustments in part 2s. And then they've slowly moved to where they just kind of talk about general, like what's the mentality of the job adjustments, but not all of them. And people still freak out. And we get those in the patch notes. And that's because knowing in advance has not done the community any favors. All it has done is kept people as excited as the patches they were, or less. Because the sky feels like it's falling if you find out that your job's getting a nerf or another job's getting a buff or something like that, because we don't have the full context. We just get the job change. We don't have the content to go with it until that shows up. So as they go over job adjustments, expect that to be pretty sparse. Expect that to leave us with a lot of questions. If any of you are just sticking around waiting for that. Island Sanctuary is finally here. We thought this would be half patch content because it's casual content, but we have a lot of casual content tied to this half patch. So
yeah,
seems like it's gone ahead and slid forward into the point 2. They've been super vague about it up until this point because Yoshi P said he was a little blown away when the initial response was that he put out a watercolor and 2 words and the entire world was lit ablaze.
Yes.
And he was like, oh, okay. And we're like, can you tell us more? He's like, I told you nothing and you freaked out. I'm not going to tell you something. I don't want to tell you anything until actually things are locked in. I don't want to just... So I wanted actual gameplay. I wanted actual things behind the scenes to be locked down before I tell you anymore. So he's been very vague.
Yeah.
And then Variant and Criterion Dungeons is our new dungeon system. The Variant being the story, multi-path, choose your own adventure, and Criterion being the more challenging one with having an optional savage and all sorts of different rule restrictions. And you get to bring extra skills with you, but then you have res restrictions, but everybody gets a res. It's a whole bunch of stuff. So they'll probably go back over that here a little bit.
And he's also saying that it's also difficult for them to explain the varying dungeons and different routes to be completed. In this content, it's aimed for more casual play, and that's where Criterion Dungeons decide to step it up and bring in that kind of harder, savage style dungeon that the community has been just asking and asking and asking for a long time.
All right. Now, adventure plates and portraits. Remember, this was in beta. So we are now going to the official release based on feedback. One of the things of feedback is I know many of you have run into the same issue I have where you finally engage in the system and then you queue for crystalline conflict and then you're like, wait, that's not my adventure plate. Did I not do it right? Why doesn't it link like glamour plates? It's so confusing. So they have revised that. Now, in order to revise that and make it easier to link and all of that, you will lose all of your existing photos. If you want to screenshot those because you want to recreate them exactly, they're going to have to delete those to put them in the new way. But you will be able to move into the new system. It's going to link a lot easier. It's a lot less like menus within menus. Like, oh, I got to create these things to then apply them to this. It's a lot closer to just kind of like making a glamour set and then linking the glamour set. It's a lot closer.
Yeah.
So I found that when they showed it, I found it to be a lot better, in my opinion. If any of you liked the beta version or are disappointed in the official release, I'm sorry.
I'm just excited that they want to bring it to more content. You know, like
They do.
You know, it's like throughout the system. Like bring it on. Let's go.
Yeah, I think giving us more things from Savages, Ultimates, Crafting, Gathering, Triple Triad, just give us more stuff. It was originally thought up as a way to enhance PvP, as they wanted to put more emphasis on PvP this expansion. But the more they got into it, they were like, we kind of want to make it open to everything. So it's just taking some time to get it to where they can support it with more types of content. We are going into our new causality, our casual tombstones here. That's what that word always looks like to me.
Yeah, I
know. Filthy casuals, now ready in this expansion to finally engage with top-end gear. And then we are going to new crafted gear, which we're going to have a lot of time to prep with an extra week for Savage. So less of a race there, but probably still a pretty hefty price hike.
Yeah.
And then you'll no longer, if you want to be a Savage Raider and not be the reason you all have to zone out, now, if there's one Omni Crafter in the raid, they can repair everybody. So we've got the ability to repair other people.
Yes.
And
we've been asking for this back since 2.0. Like, I tell you, this is so valuable to me as a player, because I love that level of just connection and community, hands down. And then we lost it in 2.0, and we've been asking for it back. And so now it's back. And so that in my mind helps make it so much easier, because if now you're like, oh, I want to raid, yeah, you don't need to go craft. Like, we don't need everybody to go be an Omni Crafter for the repairs so you can self-repair. Like, I got you, I got you. It's like, yeah, great. This is great.
So when you're in your actions list and you're putting actions down, there will now be an additional display option where you can toggle between them. One will look exactly like it does, where you see all of them unlocked in that order. The other will allow you to see them in combo sequences so that your rotation is better documented in game. So that'll be a chance to kind of help people however your mind looks at those abilities. They're not deleting one, they're both. So hopefully that UI helps people better visualize that. Rare materials and etheric reductions performed by miners and stuff, those have to get added because we're adding new crafted stuff. Glamour Dresser is doubling. This is not a solution to the system. This is once again kicking that can down the road. They have continually said they are looking at ways to make a more permanent revamp, because I know many of you are excited about 800 for now. And August 24th will say, when are you guys increasing it again?
Yeah, can we get that to 1600?
It's never going to be enough because they're always adding more gear.
Yeah. It's gonna alleviate some problems, but then it's like we'll be talking about that size as well as the limited housing probably for the next couple expansions. We're gonna look back on this live stream one day in the future and going like, oh, these poor SOBs. 800, what
I was watching this week. I watched a podcast with us and Zeppla from 3 years ago. We watched that on stream, and we say some funny things. You sweet summer child. Adjustments to the order of certain return to Evil East raids, because some of these quests are no longer going to make sense based on some of the changes to the various like crafting and stuff that they've been doing. I don't remember which ones. You guys knew. All right. 7.0 graphics update.
Yeah.
I don't expect it to be fully rolled out by 7.0, but I do expect it to be along the way. They did warn us that as the graphics update gets rolled out, there will be transition times where like some textures are updated and some aren't. So you may end up in these moments where certain characters look really great and other characters based on the armor they're wearing or whatever look less great. So just be aware of that. It's just an expensive and slow process. They are moving to advanced implementation of optimized gear graphics graphics processing, which will alleviate the drops in frame rate under heavy GPU load. Now, Yoshpi just said that because the capacity of the Glamour Dresser got doubled, don't just put everything in there. I know you guys are going to ask for more. We talk about the 7.0, but if we add them all at once, it's going to be difficult to debug and a lot more effort. So we will be implementing it by step leading up to 7.0. All right, the guy's consistent. The guy's consistent. It's like we knew what he'd said.
Yeah, Monk doesn't have a range move.
Whoa. If you have portraits you want to carry over from the beta version, please tie them to your adventure plate or a gear set, and then they will carry over. Otherwise, they'll be lost. Oh, that's nice. That improved. That's a massive.
That's a big improvement, and at the same time, that's information we need to make sure we get in people's heads now.
Yeah,
because they got less than 2 weeks to do that. And imagine if you're on a break and you're like, oh, I didn't know they were getting rid of them, and I put so much. Yeah, so that's going to be information people need to know. So somebody clip that so we can share that out, guys. That's going to be big.
Cool. So dynamic resolution is moving into beta for every platform that doesn't have an Apple involved, and
or an X.
And he says, "What is dynamic resolution?" You ask. Hey, we were wondering that. It's going to adjust the resolution of 3D graphics according to the current GPU burden, enabling settings to prioritize frame rate over resolution, which I always prefer frame rate over resolution.
Every time.
Every time.
Every time.
Cool. I wonder why it doesn't support it on Mac.
And Cupcake, thanks so much for that
integrated GPU that's getting them. The new Macs have integrated GPUs where your and integrated RAM now. So you basically just have like one big chip. And so it's not these separate components. So it trims the bus speed, but it also means that things work really weird. So they're moving off of this kind of like Intel-based system. So the M1 is incredibly powerful because it does some things that are super weird. It's just like, well, it would be really efficient if I put my bathroom in my kitchen. It's like, yeah, but also weird. And if I come over to your house and you tell me to use the bathroom that's in your kitchen, I'm going to be super uncomfortable. So like, there are things that just don't work. But if you get used to it, like the M1 chip, I have an M1 chip on my editing computer. It is outrageously fast. Outrageously fast. Okay, you have a GPU and a GPU chip. The GPU being responsible for the graphics output. If you keep this feature on when the load on the GPU is heavy, it's automatically going to reduce to keep a higher frame rate. If you pay close attention, you'll see the differences. I mean, in theory, as long as it's not under burden, it should give you optimal resolution and optimal frame rate. The question is, if I ever have to prioritize, which one do you want?
And thank you, Riku. 17 months on a 15-month streak over on Twitch, pushing us almost into a hype train, and at the same time also pushing Chris ever closer to that 700 goal and support sponsored stream.
Is that why Brits have laundry machines in their kitchen? The history of where laundry machines go on your property is really interesting and has a lot more to do with the way an electrical grid is managed on a national level than it does how an individual lives. Yeah. Cupcake, thanks for tier 1 support. And then I saw a gifted sub go out to Jace earlier. Thank you so much.
And then Riku, yeah.
You think you control where your laundry room goes. You don't.
More job adjustments.
In the US, they used to be in outbuildings, oftentimes, or out in people's garages. And that was because they were being put in retroactively because we couldn't afford them, and then we didn't throw away our houses, and then we could. So my house in college still had the evidence of an old laundry room out in the shed. Especially for dryers. There's still lots of parts of the world that don't have subsidized energy that don't have clothing dryers. They use clothing washers, and then they still hang dry. Because drying is an incredible waste of energy for something that would happen naturally.
Yeah. Now, before they move into the job adjustment section piece, they're saying that regarding the feature for the dynamic resolution, all that, that's a feature you'll have to enable, which was like, great, more player choice. So, yeah. All right, PvE job adjustments, guys. No major overhauls, but minor adjustments to several jobs. Feels about right. Intentions behind job adjustments will be explained.
Intentions. This means you are going to see an example of the sort of change that you might expect, but not the exhaustive list. And so, if we feel that maybe a job is suffering from animation locks, we might take some emphasis off of a particular skill. But if that skill got shorter, maybe it requires a removal of some potency. That doesn't mean that the total DPS went down or up on its own, because you don't see what all the other abilities did.
Mm-hmm.
But don't worry, because we are MMO players. Somebody earlier said, this isn't WoW. We're not going to freak out over changes. Oh, don't worry. If it is a massively multiplayer online experience, you can be believed. You can believe that at some point you will be expected to clear some content alone. You're like, but this is multiplayer. And you'll be like, well, I like playing alone. Oh, at some point you're going to have to do something with other people. Welcome to an MMO. And the third and final column that holds up our MMO space is that as a community, you are obligated to at some point be upset about partial information. We are very, very good at it. Guild Wars just went through this with their job changes where they announced them 4 days out from the patch. And it was just 4 days of disaster. Jobs, people were sad. Characters were lit on fire, maybe.
Yeah.
It was awful. Awful.
So starting with this patch, they're going to start explaining why we change, adjust certain things the way that we do. Of course, not everyone's going to agree with our decisions 100%, but we hope that it will make the decisions clearer for everyone to follow as well. Oh man, I'm all about, like, that's beautiful. But then the cynic and realist in me, especially somebody who's been on making content for the internet for a while, is like, you're still gonna have that loud anti-voice of this reason. So I hope that this helps it, but it's going to be interesting. At least if nothing else, we'll be able to point to an official answer rather than try to kind of explain it, right? Like that gives us the ability to say officially what Yoshi P is thinking is this.
He did say these will release with the patch notes, so that's when we'll expect that. Now, direct hit. Actions that guarantee crit and direct hit didn't receive benefits from buffs that increase crit and direct hit, right? Because once it's a crit, it's always a crit. So if everything's a crit, nothing's a crit. And these 100% crits, such as in a release, it kind of takes away the benefit of like a crit materia. You're like, oh, so I guess that did nothing. To address this, actions that guarantee crit and direct hit will now inflict more damage as a result of such buffs or debuffs. We're going to double crit, guys. It's over 100%. We're dialing our damage to over 9,000.
This one goes to 11.
Other actions continue being typical. Okay. So inner release is now just stacking damage. Right?
Yeah.
As somebody that plays clicker games and has played Diablo, where I'm used to being able to have like 830% crit, I guess that makes sense. So, I mean, I think this is fair. I think right now, Warrior, this expansion, everybody's just been like, Atomic Fellcleave so underwhelming. They can only beat Pandemonium, I think, 1 by themselves on normal. They really don't get all the way through P4 normal by themselves. They have to like go in with other players. And so like, I think this is really good that they'll increase the damage output. If you've gone back and tried to solo some Savage by yourself on Warrior, the damage would be nice.
It's over 9,000.
Yeah, Caden, the way we use gas and the way we use electric, like, the appliances are different. Even though they perform the same task, the way we implement those appliances are different in the US versus EU. Yes. The safety around them is also different, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's, in terms that it's going to benefit from the direct hit rate, the actions that basically guarantee direct hit will benefit based off of your direct hit rate. So that's cool. Like, I think that's cool.
Tiernan, thanks for 11 months. Dark Knight's OP, you can see their sword from space. They have quite the opener.
Oh, it's funny.
I just got to the end of Heavensward yesterday, and I'm really bummed that there's this Dark Knight sword in game that you can't get. I was like, how do I get that sword? They're like, you can't get that sword. I was like, but I want that sword. They're like, you can't have that sword. But please? The sword was laying on the ground at one point. I was like, pick up that sword. Like, you can't have that sword, Chris. I was told the DSU sword looks similar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It feels
they
weird
will-
to be a warrior main that would, if I ever clear DSU, might want the Dark Knight sword done.
They will be releasing more details in the patch notes. But what do you guys feel about that? Like how the skills that guarantee direct and crit will now offer more damage based off of your direct and crit stats. I think that's a healthy update in my mind.
They're going to have explanations written in the job guides, but the patch notes will link to those as well. So patch notes release, expect that the 22nd. Since people have a week for Savage, expect that to be poured over in detail. In detail. April Fool's video about the history of dryers and washing rooms. I will tell you, there was a lot I liked when I studied abroad in Europe. There was a lot I liked about the way my laundry was handled. It's one of my favorite memories. And not as an insult, like legitimately, like I look back and I'm like, that was awesome.
Zane says more power. Yeah,
It was
absolutely.
awesome. It was awesome.
The Hidden Gorge returns. Adjustments to PvP actions. PvP Series 2 begins. Available rewards will be updated and series level experience will be reset. Series 1 rewards may be claimed until the end of Series 2.
Okay. I'm only level 21, I think. I need to get to 25 so I pick up my
And for those who
ridiculous set.
and for those who don't know what Hidden Gorge is, that is the Rival Wings. And it's weird because it's not a part of the patch stuff, but they talked about Rival Wings coming back, so
Hidden Gorge has been renamed Obfuscated Ravine. Cool.
Curious George discovers the Hidden Gorge.
Now remember, series and season are two different things.
Yeah.
I think the season rolls over as well, sometime around now. But series is the big one, and series is also contributed by Frontlines. So if you want to do Frontlines for Moogle Tomestones, it's not a great Moogle Tomestone per hour, but it is some. You also get experience, especially on that first one of the day is really good. It's like a leveling roulette. And then you also need those wins for Garo, even though you're only going to win on average, let's say 1 in 3. I must dick around in there too much because my win rate's like 28%. So I'm clearly a detriment to my team. Considering I'm not AFK, I'm like, well, that's bad. There it is. The season begins. Yeah, so we'll get a new season as well. The seasons are going to be more often. So it seems like the seasons are going to be, they may line up with patches, they may not. But the series are patch to patch.
Now, chat's asking about the Garo event. Currently, that's still going on. They have not given an end time for that. They will make that. It last one ran a long time. They will make an announcement. We will make sure we hit that drum, that cymbal, whatever we can call people's attention to. But the point is that if you're worried about it ending, just keep doing PvP because you'll get that progress, and you can end up making it, etc.
So good.
Demotions being added, for the love of goodness.
Whoa! Platinum is now the rank where a lot of people are gonna sit. That is your new floor.
Well, the thing about that though is that if there's no just auto thing, what incentivizes you to keep going in Crystal, right? So if they do not have some kind of thing where it auto starts stepping you down if you're not playing, why would you hit Crystal and keep playing? Why would you hit Diamond? Like Diamond, I could see the incentive being higher, but if they do not have it to where it expires, then that's not going to be.
Is there a reward for finishing in Crystal? If there is, then hopefully it's just if you hit Crystal for the season, you get the reward, even if you don't end in Crystal. By adding demotion, we try to increase the level of games at the higher levels, so the players will keep trying their best. Yeah, Yoshpi, that was not my question. I have other questions.
If it does not have some kind of auto thing where if you're not playing it, you're literally just not having people play their best, you're going to have people just hit it and quit.
All right. Adjustment to Crystalline Conflict ranked matches. You would go down to Diamond 1, so the top of Diamond. So you literally just down 1 star.
Mm-hmm.
Each rank does have its own reward.
Yeah, within the crystal thing. There's something there.
Add 100 glam slots for any character who finishes in crystal. There wouldn't be any drama about that. Not a single person would be upset. Not one. Everybody would be like, universally, we all just agree on that, and we would all be very calm and collected about it. Venom just wants to watch the world burn. In light of the demotion feature, all ranked characters will begin at Bronze 3, with Rising Stars set to 0. Yeah, that makes sense. We don't know anybody who just played White Mage the initial patch, and now is Crystal forever. Final rankings will be determined by the highest tier achieved. That was my question.
Okay.
Cool.
That helps, actually.
Once you get Crystal, go nuts. If you end in Diamond, that's fine. You still get Crystal.
You still got, you're still Crystal. Okay, that actually is a little much easier rather than wait.
Top 100 players? Oh, Fido, screw that. Top 3. Top 3 players per region get a second glamour chest. Just podium. You want there to be some drama within the fact that, even if there's 5 people that have all been playing together a lot in customs, practicing,
yeah,
not all 5 are going to make it. You want to really split up friendships. That should be the goal. Oh, can you guys imagine? Top 100 players get a free ultimate weapon. God, guys, stop.
The number 1 player of the
auto win on the housing lottery.
Yeah, guaranteed house.
Guaranteed. I guarantee it. Darn tootin'. All right. Well, that's good. So if you reach Crystal once, it'll be saved as your progress for your rewards, even if you get demoted. That's perfect. The slide says it. Yoshi P says it. Somebody's still going to say, I got demoted from Crystal and now I'm screwed. But he did his best.
Yeah. That's them.
And that person's sole mistake is that they did that complete idiot didn't wake up at 5 a.m. to watch a Japanese event on the internet.
Or watch our summaries.
Sleeping.
Yeah.
Or prepping to go to work. Or caring for their children. That's what they get. They miss out on the sweet information.
And they're going to read some kind of headline, and they're going to form a really impassioned opinion about it, and they're going to share it. And then, being that this is beyond social media,
Animal Crossing in.
Oh, I know. and then the joy of social media will just dunk on them.
All right. Matching's going to undergo overall adjustments. What's exciting is there's still enough engagement they can do this. Guild Wars mid-cycle sometimes gets so light that you run into the same players over and over and over and over and over and over. I get it sometimes in Crystalline Conflict, but it would be you can't do matching unless there's large engagement.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, if there's only 5 people online, it is what it is.
New enhanced matching. Okay. It's performed independently of patch releases and other maintenance. So that means sounds like they can make adjustments on the fly without having to do hot fixes and actually update the game. So cool.
Translations are wonderful. This is the unofficial translation. Good and prideful players will not want to derank. So I expect players wanting to improve their furthest progress. Put that demotion on it. Put that automatic demotion. It's going to bother somebody that they get the crystal rewards, but they've been demoted to diamond.
Oh yeah.
Make them keep working for it.
Well, especially if all of a sudden people don't want to go in. You know, like, oh, I got this. I'm good with it. I don't want to have the risk of being demoted, and it still has a chance to incentivize people to stop, which it's always been the thing. People hit a rank and they're like, good, because it's locked in, you know. But they're worried about. I mean, if they add in demotion, that's going to cause like stress, because like it is a subscription based game. Imagine like, oh, I can't sub this month. No, I'm being demoted. You know.
So they said withdrawal will have stricter penalties.
Yeah.
Good. Players will be eligible to receive portrait elements, achievements, and titles for all tiers up to and including their highest tier attained during a season. Nice.
Yeah.
Jinx. So thanks for sharing Prime with us, because it is the 12th. We are outrageously close to our August goal. Brian's like, we should set it at 700, and I was like, that's impossible. I don't think it is.
It was like last month, y'all hit 600. Like,
Brian's like, it's not my problem. You're the one doing the thank you stream.
Yeah.
He didn't say that part. I might have made this conversation up. Brian's like, I don't remember this.
I'm just gonna laugh. Just gonna roll. All right. I might have said it. I don't know. I say a lot of things. Oh, I got booked on another comedy showcase. So that's coming up. So
all right.
Yeah. So this could be it's the comedy stuff's going real well, man.
Say a lot of things.
Say a lot of things. Like, I don't know. Did it get a laugh? Perfect.
That's funny.
Yeah. Never in my life will I do a 24-hour stream. And that would have been a different answer if I was in my 20s. I would have done 24 at 24, but at 40, heck the hell no. Like, I love you guys, but I'll see you on Friday nights. You know, like, that's what my wife gives me, and I like to be a dad who has energy to play with the kids. I was playing catch with them yesterday. We were doing some fun stuff, you know, having a good time, taking them swimming. I love you guys, but I love them more.
All right, let's see some pandemonium footage.
48-hour stream. No.
So they're getting things set up here. Usually people say something along the lines of, they're worried about what I'm going to show right now. This is what they don't want you to see.
Oh yeah.
The man keeping him down. He's such a showman. He's such a showman. Wow. Does he only have 3 rings on his left hand today? Does that seem low?
Only 3? Oh no, 3.0 something confirmed.
Yeah, he's missing the second one there. So that means that Pandemonium 5 will be the easiest.
Yeah.
I think. That's funny.
Yeah, I get, like, if y'all want like that kind of long stream.
It shows the name.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I was like, why aren't they tabbing over? And it's because he's got his settings set, so it was showing the boss's name. Okay, this is the boss from the trailer. I have a feeling if you touch those spikes like P4, that's bad. So don't. I know they're facing up, so you think they're smooth on the side. No. Those will kill you.
He did target the boss. Is this the trial? This got to be the trial, right?
It looks like Pandemonium.
Oh, okay, or that. Yeah. Oh, he's showing the boss name.
He sold some rings? Oh my gosh, Square Enix is going bankrupt. Oh.
Okay, yeah. Chat's saying this is the ring.
Proto Carbuncle.
Is that what it's called? Proto Carbuncle?
Yeah, that's the translation.
Or are they memeing?
Doesn't mean localization won't change it. Originally, a carbuncle might have been this kind of creature, but it was too scary, so it ended up in Pandemonium. Oh, I love that lore.
Yeah.
It was too scary.
No, Aaron, you are perfectly right on time. They're actually now starting to show off in-game stuff. You basically just missed the summary of everything that was previously announced. So it's just kind of us kind of hanging out, reminding you guys of details. They've gone into more detail, but we'll summarize the whole thing for you guys after the live stream. That will be, this actually will redirect you to that once we're ready to rock and roll. That's Tataru's carbuncle.
So many lines on the floor. He said some of them are diagonal. Remember? Huh. I wonder if there's going to be any radial AoEs of any kind. Maybe picking some like diagonal little directions.
They should be showing off the they talk about showing off Island Sanctuary. We might also that's all going to be in part 2, so they will do a break and come back. So that will be Island Sanctuary and maybe even the Criterion and variant dungeons. We'll see.
Chris says this is why they didn't give us a glamour, because we couldn't handle the real carbuncles. Oh, look at those.
Is good. This is also
that was like
though, this
Trial
automatically and to a degree makes me a little sad because carbuncle on the summoner really does not do anything. So it's like just make him do an auto attack and I would be happy. Just a little bit of an auto attack. Yep, if you touch spikes, you die.
Getting some choppiness there.
Oh, thanks guys for the 222 likes. 222. I think y'all challenged yourself to 700, so you have a way to go. But thank you for that support. This looks like it's the Pandemonium. I was thinking of it as a trial, but then I guess he said that he's going to show off the trial when the game goes live. So I think he's going to keep that wrapped in mystery. So this is the raid.
Yeah. Might just be P5. That's why they showed it off in the trailer and everything. I don't know. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt it's P8. Bet that one's a big reveal. Yeah, trial. They won't tell us the name. They won't. They're not going to show any of that. They might show us the arena, but raids are a lot less risky.
Yeah, and comments on the Japanese live stream are saying, "Let me summon this one, please."
So the music is refreshing.
Hey, casual nerd. I have not yet got to the summer event. I will probably do that.
There's a jump puzzle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm glad they brought that back.
Okay.
敵と戦っていただくことになりますので、ドラマ性とともにですね、バトルの方もぜひお楽しみにしてください。はい、どうぞご期待ください。はい、ということで、晩までパンデモニウム連合
Trials obviously is going to be a blue pig of darkness. Well, now I can double crit you, so you're pretty much toast.
Crit on crit.
Stuff's definitely coming through holes in the floor. Maybe. P2 taught us that things could go down through the floor. Oh, all right. All right, let's see some, here comes the level of presentation we know and love and expect. Pieces of paper. These could be slides. This is an active choice he makes. He's perfectly capable of doing these as...
Ooh.
I like the warrior.
Dude, that looks beautiful. I like how the gear looks so shiny.
Like a wet otter.
Yeah. I see tank gear. I like.
Waiting for a break? You want a bagel? We're going to rewatch the trial.
Yeah.
Or the trailer. But in
Oh,
English.
look at that scythe.
Yeah, buddy. It's good. It's high def paper. You're right. You're right. It's good quality paper. I would kind of be bummed if they ever moved to slides at this point.
Yeah.
This is kind of part of it.
See, it's the full experience.
That looked
the
the bar
barn?
looks sort of new worldy.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, Brian's going to be hosting the New World's first fishing tournament for
Yeah.
St. Jude tonight.
Hope you
So
can
if you
tune
guys
in,
wanna-
even if you're not interested in joining in the fishing tournament. Lurk support will be greatly appreciated.
Some like, I don't know, live action Count of Monte Cristo.
Mm-hmm. Distorted says, "Nice plug, Chris. I like it."
Are these raid gear? Yeah, these are like
Yeah.
raid gear. They could be the new tome gear.
I thought they already showed
Raid
off that. I thought they already showed off the tome gear.
I don't know. I get it all mixed up. My tank always looks like a pig, so it never really affects me. I'm getting better at following things. Oh, he said crafted.
Oh,
Okay,
crafted.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this will be the catch-up gear.
He said next up is tome gear.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Oh, he said, yeah, it's crafted gear. And he goes, who's saying Elden Ring?
That would be a crossover. Yeah, that Gunbreaker was gorgeous, Aaron. Absolutely. Look at that ninja. I've actually been working on my ninja controller guide. And that will hopefully, I was trying to get that done this week. I don't think it's going to make it. It still needs more adjustments.
Sage?
The sage.
で、今回はですね、レイドがですね、多分ね、あなた好き系でしょうか。私大好き。今回ちょっと
Cool.
レイドシリーズ
What is that?
Oh,
試みなんです。
holy
What is
crap.
that? Is that the new PvP? No.
What is
There's
that?
no way that's just Tombstone.
What is that? Gear with visual effects? Question mark?
What is it?
Holy crap.
What is it?
It's we're waiting. Like that's
like a wall
gorgeous.
chain. Like if you drop your sword, it just yanks on your helmet.
Is this relic?
Why is it attached to our heads?
Oh my goodness.
These are sick. If you equip this set, it looks like the inside of the mask is burning. What is it?
Yeah, like
And our Ultimate Raider's going to be mad. They've kind of had the exclusive. Relics and Ultimates are the only thing that glow. I will say, like in WoW, the moment they got looser with glows, it's a little bit less special because you walk through town and
Everybody's
like
glowing.
everything's freaking glowing. You're like, eh. So I hope whatever it is, it's something important. What?
The primal
There's
weapons
no way
also glow?
that's the tomes.
Yeah, I remember that.
They
I don't
just
feel like
showed
they've done
those
that in a while.
three. I don't.
What is that? Okay, well, that's awesome. We'll see if they provide more context.
There's no way that's just the weapon from Savage. You think that's the crafted primal gear? I'll tell you right now, we're going to be farming some primals if that's the case. Okay, so the number of copies needed for head, hands, and feet is decreasing, which will make it easier to gear up more classes in less weeks. Okay. For Abyssos Mythos, is that the first set? I get all these names mixed up. So is this, what is this? This change only applies for the new raid. So this is the new stuff. I get all these names mixed up. They all sound alike to me. That's big news.
Yeah, that's actually a nice change.
I haven't even finished the current raid tier.
はい。よろしくお願いします。はい。ということで、以上がバンデムニム連合系に。
Chris is organizing Shadowbringers EX trials this weekend. In Discord.
On the St. Jude's charity stream note, we actually just now crossed over the second goal, and we are at $510 raised to help sick kids. So thank you guys already, and we'll figure out a new goal to set next. The Omnicrons, baby.
I'm really excited to use this area. They spun it up, and then that was it. I will say, people who went through MSQ later, there is a line in the dialogue, without kind of spoiling any of that section, that says, like, this area is so vacant, so empty, which for me it was. And and then, like, I was watching it on somebody's stream the other day, and there's like 60 warriors of light, like, running around. It's like, because it's not phased. So, I don't know. It looks pretty lively. Like, there's just people like sitting at the bar.
So chat's asking me about who these avatars are. So Robert, these are people who are members here on Ginger Prime and subscribers over on Twitch. So if you support us in that way, you'll actually have a little bit, and you can actually change your avatar and have different fun little commands that you can do as a part of our, at least my live streams. Like, I can drop this mass bomb, you know, and kind of interact with the stream in fun and unique ways.
I'm gonna work on my space game again.
Space game.
My brother-in-law gets back. So my streams work a little bit differently. I started out copying Ryan exactly, and then I came into my own.
Yeah.
I'm a real boy.
Yeah, so if y'all, like, you know, that's just a plug. If y'all have Amazon Prime, that's a great, easy way to get an avatar and support us for free, spending those Bezos bucks, or at least if you have Prime, make sure you drop that on somebody who's putting out cool stuff that you like. You have to manually renew it, but it's great. Good old Omnicrons.
Does it look like they're serving
drinks? Yeah. Oh, urns? Okay. Maybe that's, I don't know.
Does it, like, that's kind of what those look like. Which is like,
I mean, I was thinking skinny egg.
Oh, it's just like a thermos of egg whites. Humans like these, right?
Yeah.
No. So now, if you're new, when you get to that part of the MSQ, there will be heaps of players. There can be, because like the hunt train goes through here, and like there's lots of people hanging out, and with the Omicrons might be phased. They've done that with some beast tribes in the past. So we'll see kind of how that works. It's not home instance though, so maybe not. Why are the Omicrons gathering and not combat? That's a lore question. Why would the Omicrons need a purpose other than battle?
Hey, they need that. They need a purpose other than battle, like right away.
So, I think phrasing the question that way might answer your question, Jace. It is odd. I would have expected them to be battle, but I think that's the point.
Things distorted. I love you. I like it when chat takes over and farms for likes.
He said, it's too far from the Aetherite. We got you covered. You can talk to an NPC and it'll move you to the tribal quest location. That's nice. So the further you progress, the more different NPCs and tribes will be there. So yes, it's phased. So new players aren't going to see all this. They might see the players, but they won't. Like, it's not going to make the area come alive.
Mm-hmm.
There's not going to be a waiter walking by serving egg whites. I think egg whites is confirmed. Is that the agreed upon? Is that what's in there?
Yeah. You gotta upgrade that bar. Let's do it.
There will be a mount reward. What's their mount?
There's several like outside of the battle ones. I always I did the gathering one, but I never did the crafting one of Shadowbringers. So that's just
those are the only ones I'm missing. A lot of crafting and gathering ones. I don't know that I'm missing many battle ones.
If they open up Island Sanctuary to allow for mounts, which he says that they'll consider that for the future, then my mount farming will, I'm always
snap.
Whoa, cool! You're inside the jellyfish.
What?
Yes.
Oh. Marduk, thanks for sharing Prime. Look at that mount. I'm getting that mount. I'm getting that mount.
Yeah, get that mount.
What's going on, Redline? We're having a good time. He's trying to hide the screen so he doesn't accidentally leak the entire mount list. Is that a mount or a prison? Yeah, you can't dismount.
Yeah, you're stuck.
Another player has to dismount you. It's a whole ordeal. We call it space jellyfish. Clever. Clever. Space jellyfish. It's a different feeling than the level checker. It is. Feels wetter.
Moist, I think is the word that people get creeped out by.
Moist prison.
Yeah.
Space jellyfish.
They call me a space cowboy. I got my cowboy hat on. Let's do it.
That's a beanie, sir?
Oh, not at the moment. Like in game.
Oh, okay.
Like I got a cowboy hat in game.
Do you stick out of it if you're not a potato? I don't know. It seems like it scales.
I think it's gonna scale.
No dismounting. You'll have to be excreted. It's a whole animation. It's a whole process. Comes with a debuff.
Oh, it's break time. 15 minutes. So we'll watch the English version.
Okay, let me go pull it up.
Yeah.
You're watching from the Middle East? Well, welcome, Jink.
It's far too early in the day to be throwing around reckless terms like that, Ginger Prime.
All right. Videos. I guess I'm going to watch it in American and not English.
America.
Okay, you tell me when you're ready. I'll use it.
I'm just making sure that they are, in fact, actually not going to drop news on us.
The starter guide series. Oh yeah. Starter guide series with Shona, right? Cool.
Space jelly time.
Are they really ready?
They say see you in 15 minutes. Yeah, sometimes it's like, all right. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, there it goes. All right, cool. I just want to make sure. All right, so I am going to hit play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue.
So good.
Yeah.
Life flourished.
Beautiful. He's stocking up on minions. This guy. gotten like 50 new ones in the last 2 weeks.
This is
Thank
where I
you
belong.
for that Prime sub.
My home.
My home.
This endless darkness you call the void.
Ooh, who's talking? This endless darkness you call the void. Yeah!
Death doesn't exist in this world.
Death doesn't exist in this world.
It's another death they want. I say we give it to them.
That is mine!
Oh, Barry does this with the 3 doors.
I, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteor. And who better to bear Heideling's gift than her chosen champion?
I am here. Finally here. And I will find you.
And I will
Sister.
find you. Yeah.
Sister. I will find you,
You're
sister.
not the only ones who can ride the wind.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
I shall see my wish fulfilled. Let's seek sorrow into your heart. Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
Dude, that's such a good hype patch, man. That is such a good hype patch. Holy freaking crap, man.
Dude, I like this game, man.
Yeah. Well, thank goodness for that. Hey, we're live right now in 4 seconds. Let's go raid work the game. All right, yeah. Oh, that's fun. That's fun.
If you want to succeed,
That's cool.
learn to read the map. Fewer random
Okay, so they're showing off these new guides.
Mhm.
We got asked a long time ago, what would happen if Square Enix made all these like beginner guides? 'Cause
Oh, it'd
you
be
guys love
wonderful.
doing beginner guides, and we were like, we'll make something else.
Yeah,
Great.
be
Do it.
wonderful.
I hope they make them. And they're like, yeah, well, what would you hope? They're like, put them in game.
Yeah, put
Stop
them in game.
hiding information.
Right.
It's great.
Like, I don't want people to have to rely on us to like make content. Like, we'll make other things, but this is what people like. If people need, like, we usually respond to the need of what people are asking for, and if Square Enix got that covered, there's other things that we can do that we want to do. Yeah, teach us boss mechanics. Yeah, the 23rd, baby.
I haven't watched these yet.
I haven't either. I was like, I'll get to it later.
Cool. I saw they went live. I just haven't had a chance to get through it. Heaven's Word was a lot to get through this week.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot. And we got an event next week during stream.
What's next week?
I have an event going on.
I don't remember this.
Yeah,
What's
I
the
know.
event?
I've been super vague.
Oh, you're not going to tell me?
No.
All right. All right, guys. I guess I'll
Yeah.
find out too. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
I'm turning up.
guilds in each of the 3 starting cities after reaching level 10.
I've been releasing a
If you
little more
wanna become
information
a
each day.
master of different classes, you're welcome to join up and see what each has
I guess
to
the
offer.
information for
For
today
now,
would be
let's
that
take a look at your gladiator class
somebody on
quest.
behalf of Square Enix
If
reached
you're
out.
not sure what to do, you can always
Oh,
reference
okay,
your
yeah, I
main
know what you're
scenario
talking about.
guide.
There you go.
Whenever you're able to
He's caught
undertake
up.
a new class quest, they will show up here under your next MSQ. So be sure to
So we'll
keep
do
an
something
eye
fun.
out. Let's see what's next.
Could result in you getting some merch.
Oh, right,
Be a
the
good time.
Gladiators Guild. Now these are my kind of fighters. Let me talk to the leader to see how to complete my
To
class
give Red
quest.
10 million Gil Day? No, I'm not wealthy enough to give away Gilget again. All right, I'm gonna turn back on music.
Looks like Mila wants to test you. Ready to slay some monsters?
Been
I was born ready.
listening to music in the background. My first ever cosplay
First,
stream.
let's
Oh,
review the objectives in
that'd
your
be next
journal.
level.
All set? Then let's show them what you've got.
Thought about dyeing my hair. It's been
Oh, yeah?
something I've
You
considered.
gonna go with a Ninja Blue? Apparently.
No, I was
Now
thinking
we can go back to
Hyplodays
Mila to
Pink.
complete your
Oh.
quest.
Huh? What's that?
People were poking a little fun at him that
Oh, what's going on here?
his
Oh,
his
that player
guide
is
series on like how to be a
participating in
streamer
full
over on the
active
master
time
class
Yeah.
Okay.
references his hair being blue so
What
many
is
times.
that?
Oh yeah, blue hair.
Like,
Blue hair.
that's like the real
Raids are
solution.
dynamic battles
I mean,
that appear around
he's not wrong to
Eorzea.
a degree because
They can be
essentially
boss
it's just
battles,
like,
escort
oh,
missions,
it's that
or
guy with
other
blue hair.
events,
You know, it's
and
like,
help you earn some
what's that guy
great
has a
rewards.
unique visual
These aren't
feature
tied to the main
that I
scenario,
remember,
but
you know?
are fun optional content that you'll encounter out in the open world. You can gauge the fate level here.
You
the
taught
time
your
left,
your
and
dog to
progress.
touch grass.
Any nearby player can join a fate, and higher level players need to temporarily
So we've been teaching our
set the
dog to
level
communicate
the
with
fate
us,
to
Fido.
join.
Like, does he want to
This
do
fate
something?
is at a perfect level for
So that
you,
we don't take
though.
him on a
So if
walk
you
if he doesn't
wanna
want to go.
join,
Like sometimes he
simply
needs
enter the
to,
fate radius
and
on
then
your
we just
map.
tell him to go. But like that we can ask him, and so we've been giving him choices lately.
Let's do this.
So, like you let him choose between two things,
Mhm.
Ooh,
he'll
better
think
set
about
my
it,
level so I can help
and
him
then
out.
pick one. Yeah. And to make sure he was actually not understanding choices, we were sometimes telling him which one to pick, and he's picking that. It's good.
Yeah, so far one, I think it's been really solid. We're going to see in part 2 the Island Sanctuary and maybe even the Criterion. So
Pretty good for your first time.
pretty
You'll come
cool
across
stuff. Like,
loads of fates as
I'm
you
very
progress
pleased.
through
I'm
your
very happy with
MSQs
it.
in the open world.
I'm gonna get some
So
more coffee
keep a
though,
lookout
because
for other
like
exciting
I know how to play
challenges.
this game.
Yeah.
Oh, another one. Let's go.
Oh,
Wait, that one's level 20.
learn today?
Oh, yikes. I'll just go ahead and get a resurrection ready.
I regret
I mean,
this.
we're learning. It doesn't mean we're not learning. We could be learning. Okay. You shave your head? A lot of the guys in my family go bald, like
You
before the age of
still
30.
hearing that thing?
Oh, thanks. Just
Um,
taking a nap.
especially on my mom's side, which is where you
Let's
oftentimes
check your
inherit
inventory.
your hair from.
Hey,
So I
First
always
things
assumed
first,
I was
let's
going to
get
go
you
bald going into my
organized.
30s.
Just click an item, select sort,
And,
and voila. Nice and
you know,
tidy.
I just keep
Whoa,
plugging
wait.
through my
I
30s
have a
and like
bird?
You've got a wayward hatchling minion.
it just
select
it
him
just
and you can have a
stays.
chocobo chick of your very own to accompany you.
I don't really have like a gap back here or
wait,
anything.
I'm gonna name him Harold. How does that sound?
I don't
Harold?
know.
You seem like a good team.
I
Yeah.
would die for him.
Let's bring up your character menu and take a look at
So,
the gear in your armory chest.
They
If you're
usually
not
it's like
sure what to
27,
equip,
28
then
when they start going
recommended
bald.
gear
That's
to
been a while
automatically
now.
Equip your best items.
Oh, okay. Let's
I'm
see.
I'm
Recommended
well
gear
into my mid 30s.
Oh, wow.
There's like a nice
Yeah,
generous phrase.
Not ideal. Here, I've got
So,
a better idea.
I don't see how you could beat this.
Just
up,
plugging right
but,
along.
Okay.
Let's find better
Haven't
gear
had an
and
issue
while
yet.
we're at it, teach you how to win.
Which
I'm a
it can be
level
linked to like
4.
high testosterone, so
Thank
maybe
you,
I
but
just don't have the
Then that's the
testosterone of
perfect
the other
level
men
to
in my
begin
family.
The Hall of the Novice.
I don't know.
Welcome to the Hall of the Novice. Here you
Because
can
that's
learn the
absolutely
ropes for your
possible.
class.
Our generation has
There's
less
some awesome
testosterone than our
gear.
fathers.
You can find a Hall of the
A lot has
Novice
to do with
NPC
dietary changes.
located in the Adventurers Guild for your starting city. Just look for the green and gold
I
sapling
was
symbol
born in the
above their
80s.
head after you reach level 15.
I was born in
There
the
are
80s.
unique
That
challenges
is
and
a
rewards in
fair
the Hall of the Novice for
a fair
all three
thing to
roles,
say.
tank, DPS, and healer. So if you change classes later, don't forget to come back for some
Look
training.
at these. Look at them
You
go.
ready to give one a shot?
This is really
Cue the music.
great.
All right, let's
I don't
see
know what all
this
it's
is about.
saying, but I like it. I like it.
A
I like that it
city, one
exists.
enemy? Oh, easy peasy.
I like that it's teaching you kind of some of the basics.
Oh, I get it. Avoid those.
There you
Are
go.
people in the 90s in their 30s now?
Ready for a few more?
I guess so.
Okay, let's do this.
I guess that,
We'll
yeah.
also practice
That
engaging
feels weird.
multiple targets, using a ranged attack, and using
Early
control
30s.
attacks.
But yeah, I guess if you were born in like
Bravo.
1990,
Now
you'd be
for the
32,
final
what?
exercise.
Right? That sounds right. Wild. Do you guys need a drink of water? Now's the time.
One enemy left.
You need a snack?
Well,
Now's the
if it's
time.
anything like the others.
Just
Your
remember
dad's side
what
of the family
you
always in their
learned.
mid-30s.
This is for you,
You're already showing
Harold.
signs. In theory, we get it from our mom, but like hasn't worked out that way.
Sweet. This ring helps me gain XP fast.
People born after 2000
Nice
can
work.
vote.
Now let's check out your brand new gear.
Oh, that's weird.
Now
My
you look more like a warrior of
my
light.
father-in-law made some
Yeah.
reference the other day to
There's still a lot
to
learn
Finding
and
Nemo.
discover, and we've got a
And he
ways
was
to
like
go
in
to
like
get you there.
a retail store like Kohl's or
I,
something.
meant to do that.
And the girl goes, I don't know what you're talking about. And he goes, from Finding Nemo. And she goes, I never saw that movie. He's like, what? What do you mean you didn't see it? And she goes, that's like really old. And Finding Nemo is from like 2003. He said something like, just keep swimming. She goes, what are you talking about? Why would I have seen that? What was the first movie you guys remember seeing in theaters? The first movie you remember seeing in theaters. Doesn't have to be your first one.
All right.
Brian, what was the first movie you remember seeing in theaters? Of your own choice, not dragged to with a family.
Oh. Because it's like my own choice. Like I know the first album I bought of my own choice was Metallica's Fuel album.
I remember staying with my grandma, and that for my birthday, she took me and my cousin to see Men in Black, and we got Butterfinger BBs.
I remember mowing the yard and raking leaves to go see The Sandlot with my friends.
Sandlot.
Trying to think because it's like I
I
remember
remember that was like something I watched it like.
I'm
in
older than
school
you.
or something. It's not older than me.
I said I'm older than you.
You are older than me, yeah. Return of the Jedi. Michael Keaton Batman.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
good
dude.
ones.
Teenage Mutant Ninja freaking Turtles, man. I actually just watched the new Ninja Turtles movie over on Netflix. I really enjoyed it, but I'm the world's worst movie critic. Like it literally is I really liked it. Like I enjoyed the movie, or like it was garbage. And I think there's like 4 movies in total in my entire movie going career that it's like, yeah, that was garbage. It's very rare that I'm like, meh.
So,
Thanks guys for the 268 likes.
Star
I
Wars.
might be
A
able to
New
hit
Hope.
300. I was not alive for that one.
Star Wars: A New Hope.
Yeah. That's before me, before I existed. Well, as they say, before I was what's the phrase? Before you were a gleam in your father's eye, a sparkle in your father's eye.
I don't even think my parents were in college yet.
Dude, I remember.
I'm my parents' oldest, so I think my parents are younger than your parents.
Probably, I don't know. My parents got married pretty young, in their 20s, like early
My parents
20s.
got married in college so they could live in the married dorms.
Yeah, my parents did the same.
That was the thing.
Yeah,
They had separate dorms for married people.
Yeah, you know what?
And they had their suite mates. Their suite mates are still people that we're like friends with to this day.
Yeah.
They live down in San Antonio.
Hey, check out that mope.
They
All
turned
right,
out
favorite
wildly
Ninja Turtle chat.
successful. He is an
Favorite
electrophysiologist.
Ninja Turtle. You can only pick one. You can only pick one Ninja Turtle. Who is it?
I used to always like Mikey, but like now that I don't eat cheese, I have to go with Leo.
I have a picture with me and Michelangelo, like as a kid, and it's still like one of my prized possessions to this day. I have a son named Mikey. I'm just gonna put that out there in the universe.
Somebody goes, nobody likes Leonardo. I was like, I do.
I like Leo. I like all the turtles, but it's like if I was gonna pick a favorite, hands down, Mikey. I got a son named Mikey. My daughter's middle name is Raphael, so like my wife's
stuff. Is this?
This is Island Sanctuary. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Look at how amazing this is.
One island for every player. What are we doing right now? We're gliding on an onion.
Yeah.
The Mangoro, or whatever they're called.
Look at this freaking. Oh,
you have
that
to
is
develop
gorgeous.
the island quite a bit to get up here. What is happening?
This is Island Sanctuary, is what people have been wondering what it is and assuming.
It's Breath of the Wild. Headline confirmed.
And swimming exists, so
you missed
swim in your own private lagoon. There's a cave down there.
Started like.
Are we gonna go into the cave? Guess we're not going into the cave. Mysteria never really watched the Ninja Turtles. Oh man, I don't know where I'd point you to start. I would probably think maybe like if you were gonna be interested in it, just check out the new modern cartoon. But there's some really good stories there.
Is there good music for it?
Oh yeah, Zane was Donnie and his brother was Leo. Hey man, anytime I can put more turtles into your brain, I did my job.
That was a weird phrase.
We need to finish the new TMNT game. By the way, we were playing it on stream, so I'll have to let you guys know we should finish that new Turtles game.
Said you'll start your adventures at this beach. Someone's gonna bring you here and say, starting from today, this is your island. Who'd they take it from?
How crazy would it be? How crazy would it be if we find like a back half of a fuselage? They just like, we're gonna bury some lost, memes in there. Just like, what?
The last of them died, so you can have this now.
A hatch? There's a hatch that you got to bust into. It's gonna take you a whole. We'll open up that hatch in 7.0.
With the polar bear. First mount you bought at the Gold Saucer? Turtle one.
Turtle.
Me too. That was the first thing that I saw. I was like, oh, I'm getting that. Now it couldn't even fly right away, could it?
Yeah.
Better fly right away? When did they was the flying added later?
It was added later.
Can you bring players to other islands? They said you'd be able to visit Friends Island, Spring.
You will be able to bring our Friends Islands.
Yes. Can they get off of your island once you bring them there? I don't know.
And you're trapped.
He said you'll go through a sort of a sort of tutorial unlocking features. We don't want to just give you an island and be like, here, this is yours, bye.
Bye. There's not a story attached to it though, so just keep that in mind.
Very fast mount speed, no battles. Hope it feels stress-free. All right. Cool. You need them to place furniture. The interview last week said no furniture.
Yeah, like nothing of the like housing items.
The housing system's totally separate.
Does not translate into this one. So I've seen still people saying, "Hey, finally private, personal housing, not personal housing."
So. A little choppy again.
They also want are planning to continue to support it with future updates. So I don't think this is going to be content that's going to resonate with absolutely everybody, but I think this is going to be some more sandboxy style content where, you know, people will end up displaying off some like interesting things. But you know,
is this a robot? Who am I talking to? It looks like a robot. Doesn't it?
In a way, yeah.
Oh, and now we have the UI. Yeah, it looks like a cat mammoth.
Yeah, a mammoth with a cat head, or like a tanuki suit, you know.
So,
oh, here we go.
Are you gonna build something? Build something.
Let me show you.
Do something. It's unique currencies and stuff. So it's all different gathering. You don't have to level gathering for it.
You don't have to level gathering. You don't have to level crafting.
All right. I don't know. Looking back, I don't see anything.
All items gathered on the island will be put into this pouch. They will not clutter up your inventory.
Okay. Look at how you can constantly sprint. 5-second recast. 5-second recast on a 15-second duration.
I love it. At some point, then the quality of life is just like always be sprinting. But
WoW added that kind of this last expansion for like if you're in Ardenwald, you can kind of like always sprint in town, but only in town. It doesn't really break anything.
Yeah.
What it does is it causes them to be lazy with map design and spread things out too far. Because now you can cover distance for the sake of it.
Yeah, just cover it for the sake of covering it.
I mean, you see game reviews do that all the time. They're like, this map is 3 times the size of this map in this other game. Okay, but like size doesn't mean anything.
That's what she said.
It's about like is there stuff to do, you know?
Yeah.
A map that's 4 times bigger but has 1 quest on it, who cares?
But it's bigger. All right. You guys put out the challenge for 700 and you're at 288, so let's see if y'all can get to 300. I won't remind you until you get to 350 though. It's up to you, chat. I leave my stream hands in your feet.
So once you go through the tunnel, we're in the gathering area. You'll swap your mode to gathering, and gathering modes will appear.
This is gorgeous though. Like this kind of reminds me kind of Eureka in a way, because like I thought Eureka's zone design was just the best.
Oh. Touch that monkey.
Touch that monkey. YouTube says that we've been I've been live
feed the wildlife.
YouTube says I've been live for like 50 minutes, and it just makes me laugh because I'm like, man, you like I hope YouTube like they better be working on back end stuff, etc. Because sometimes I'm just like, I don't know what you're doing, YouTube.
Eli, 16 months.
Wow, thanks, Eli.
16, thank you. Looks like new graphics. The grass does look better.
Yeah, they said that that's coming, like the rollout of the textures. So it would make sense that if you're gonna have a new piece of content, that you're like at least already starting to be staged for that. But it definitely looks very flush. And I'm wondering with the graphics update if we don't see Island Sanctuary get better looking all over, you know. Your favorite turtle was Venus. That's not really weird. I would have to ask though, when were you introduced to the turtles? Were you introduced when Venus was a thing?
You see these posts? You can't do anything with it right now because we're in gathering mode. You'd have to unlock a capture mode later on. Oh, see, you are gonna pet that monkey. You're gonna capture that monkey. That's good. That's good. We're gonna imprison local wildlife. I'm liking this content a lot. You can capture some of the mobs and bring them back to your base. Oh no. Oh, the lore ramifications here are going to get really weird really fast. Don't look too deeply into chocobo breeding. If any of you have done any chocobo racing, I will just tell you, don't look closely at all. It's definitely not encouraging you to do 8 generations of inbreeding in a forced shed in Gridania.
Yeah.
The Shroud.
X-Raven Bannex, thanks so much for that
definitely
prime
not,
sub.
so don't look.
Boom. And also for following. So welcome to the stream. They gave a prime sub before they hit the follow button, at least according to the bot.
Guys, I think there's a very solid chance they're never going to add a /spank emote, and definitely not that you can use on a monkey. This is why we can't have early morning streams. We can't be trusted.
Can't be trusted.
They're like the super late night streams. Advanced chicken nugget making.
So they've gathered enough. Now they can make the stuff.
All right. Now we can craft a tool which doesn't require any crafter skills. Totally independent of crafting and gathering. Prax. Praxis Sigma, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. Can we open a McDonald's on our island? There's probably already a localized franchise.
Yeah, I was like, you can, but you're probably going to be too close to the proximity and someone's getting pissed off. Where's that put us? Oh my gosh, dude, you're so close to do another thank you stream. Sponsored by you guys.
This log was made by you.
That
out of other logs.
That symbol on the log looked almost like a Taco Bell symbol, and then I had to look extra close because it had like this shape to it. That was just insane. MC Robbins, thank you so much joining the membership over here on Prime. I really appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your motes and so much. Thank you.
Make that hut.
Make the hut.
No, make it.
It's the Pizza Hut. Making that Pizza Hut.
He needs 10, 10, 5, 5, 5, and he's only got 2 leaves.
Oh, he can interact with that. See how that like symbol on it looks like a bell? You know, so I was like, what? We're memeing, but geez Louise. 14 sponsorship integrations, man.
Bishop P's Lawless looks angry. I mean, it just got trapped on an island. So now we're going to build an island hall. Great. Just cheat your items in, dude. Come on. Build the island hall. Build it. Build it. I want to see.
And I see Chad asking about like UI updates, and Yoshi P said that they might actually be showing us some of that off in this live letter, but they have not yet from what I've seen. So crossing fingers for chat bubbles.
You can hold 999 of them. This entire tutorial phase will probably take you around 2.5 hours. So guys, we'll make a whole stream out of it. It'll be like 6 or 7 hours because I'm slow. It's good.
Chat bubbles aren't terrible if you get the option to turn them off and on. Like, oh man, I love chat bubbles.
No. These early buildings are going to get built instantly, but the further you go, you might get some that also take 12 hours. People love time gating. You can queue for content while you're on the island, so you can progress while you wait for your queue to pop. Oh, 12 hours. You and an oceanic DPS queue can race. Pow, 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 pow. It gets a little rough. Can you buy speed ups? That does feel like what that needs. You'd need to be able to buy 5-minute, 10-minute, 1 hour, and 1 day speed ups.
So to be clear, being that I brought up chat bubbles and I see people saying they're adding chat bubbles, we do not know if they are adding chat bubbles, but they said that there are some UI improvements and enhancements that they're planning. They have not yet shown them. I'm personally hoping that they add the option for chat bubbles. And when I say any feature ever in this game if anybody ever is curious, it's always with the player choice in mind. So I'm not saying that you have to like the way that I set up, my game. I just think that adding in as options are encouraged, in my opinion. Look at this
Look
hut.
at that.
We got a hut.
He built the hut. Okay. So now we got a hut.
I'm getting some Valheim feels without having like
Each Fantasia reduces the build timer by 1 hour. Mother of God.
Oh man.
Mother of God. Your first Fantasia of the day is 10 hours though. But we're not encouraging you to buy. It's your choice. I don't have any problem with any monetization plan as long as that's the plan from day one. Where I struggle is when it changes.
Right. That's actually where MMOs, I think, constantly have struggled, where it's like, oh, we're going to launch as a subscription-based game. Oh, we're going to pivot into a free-to-play or whatever. And it's like, it's that pivot that is just gut-wrenching.
It sucks that they're stuck with decisions they made 10 years ago because they're a living, breathing game, as opposed to like God of War is generational. So if they make a different decision with the next God of War, it's fine. But like I play a lot of mobile games, and mobile games, like we're all laughing about this, but mobile games have this, but I know it when I download it.
Right. There's you're not shocked by it, right? Now there is still, as a parent, I do limit my kids' exposure to those kind of things. Like anytime like these games are like, hey, spend a little money. Hey, da, da, da. It's like, you have no concept of money. And until you do, like, no, I'm not going to. Until you
the whole world is asking for your money all the time.
All the
It's
time.
not a lesson that we're not.
Right. But kids,
I leave my door.
Yeah.
Even to go to my mailbox and I open the mail, there's people asking for my money.
My kids don't know what $5 feels like, because they really haven't had to go out and earn it. And if they have that feeling of like, oh, I put 2 hours into this and now the game's asking me for that 2 hours, like I want them to have an understanding of what their time is worth before I try to expose them. But that's just, again,
hey, he ranked up his sanctuary.
Ranked
island can rank up. Gathering items, buildings, and building things gives you experience. I mean, how do I optimize it?
That's where the guides come in. They don't have a starter guide series for this yet. So yeah, why make a beginner's guide? 14's done that. We can make an island sanctuary guide.
So experience towards what? Leveling up? I think there's going to be mounts and minions and stuff locked behind it. It's meant to be casual. It won't be player power. They've said that. So it's not going to be like catch-up gear or anything like that. You'll get special island currency called scripts, and you'll be able to trade that in for glams and mounts. There it is.
And he got 500 blue stones.
So some glams. Good. Why do this instead of making Gel? Because people like Jill content. They're gonna glam. It's meant to be optional. This is side content. Remember, they already showed Savage before this.
It's side content until 10.0, when all of a sudden it's like, and now your relics tied into all of that.
We dug this up on an island.
Yeah.
Was your island not fully progressed?
Oh.
That is unfortunate.
That sucks for you.
Look, he's got a shovel. Yeah.
Is he gonna start digging like shape? Is he gonna be able to reshape the island? I mean, have you seen it's that Apple Plus show about the MMO?
It's not gender locked, but the one is a cutoff. They get to choose shorts versus pants. Oh, nice, shorts versus pants. It looked like a hot island. I would go with shorts. Unless there's weird flora and fauna, in which case I'd go with pants.
Yeah.
I don't know. And that Roth did wear the hat, so that's good. It's important that they show that. What is this? Those are the cosmetics tied to Island Sanctuary.
I figure we'll probably get a lot of Roth and Vieira stuff. Yeah, I think we'll get a lot of Vieira and Roth like demos to show off anything that's like, oh, we want to show off a hat. We want to make sure we show it off in Roth and Vieira so that people know that this is supported on that race as well. Why do they waste so much
Yeah,
ink?
the male bunny boy and the Roth both wore a hat.
普段使いするもの、アララントだったりとか。
Oh, absolutely. Reference the live letter when that happens.
They did put the hat on a Vieira. They put the hat on the male Vieira.
You should clip that, Okapai, and then drop that also in our Discord, so that like anything that that's the downside about YouTube. It's like, okay, like
That's not a cat, is it?
at some point they need to show me the clips
it
that
might
y'all
be a
make,
cat.
but they do not. You have to
I
send
thought
me the clips.
I saw the scoliosis stance and thought it was a bunny. They have that like, oh, it's a little more prideful than that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like he's owning it.
So Smashville asks, how hard would it be to get into Final Fantasy XIV at this point? And the question is, the answer really to that is, how much do you enjoy story or skipping story? And, so if you enjoy story, it's just going to be a function of time. A couple 100 hours should get you through it. And if you don't enjoy story and skipping through it, like, it's not going to be that hard to get into it, but I wouldn't then broadcast that you skip the story, because the community can be very protective of that. So I didn't skip the story. Chris did, but he's actually going back.
You
through
can type
it now.
exclamation point skipper in our chat, and it does something.
Yeah,
That's me.
he's a repentant story skipper,
I
as
am not.
Zeppa called him.
Zeppla called me repentant, and I am not, because repentant implies that I'm sorry, and I'm not. I'm not sorry.
I love it.
Perfectly happy.
Yeah, I think that's something that is unique to 14 with the New Game Plus as just an option and a feature, is that there's a lot of people who aren't interested or maybe used to having kind of that story driven aspect, and to make that a requirement on a lot of people ends up putting out stress that I think keeps people from jumping into the game. So it's nice, just play however the hell you want, and then if after the fact you want to jump into the story, they have a tool for that, and I think that's really pretty cool. I wish it still gave a little bit of XP though. I think if you're going to level up an alt, I think that'd be kind of nice in my mind.
So the translation team is trying to make sense of some of the names that they're showing, but expect the names to be localized. Translations aren't going to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Those kind of look like graves for Luna Tenders. Big, long, skinny grapes.
They said, Yoshi says, make a habit to select the right mode here, please. You need to perform the certain actions, so you got to pick your right mode.
This feels a lot like Pandaria. Jay, I'm glad you're liking Dark Knight.
That is so funny. They said, please don't skip story, then talk smack about the story. Like, that was a bad story. Like, all right, we see people come in and trash the game. And then it's like, oh
Context matters.
Context.
If they say, hey, this is what I look for in a game, and I tried Final Fantasy XIV and don't think it's a very good game, I think that's valid.
Yeah.
Right?
Saying
like, I just really like driving cars, and I hate story, and I don't like playing with other players. I tried Final Fantasy XIV and didn't like it.
There's no car driving.
Sense.
Well, there's
That
one
makes
car.
sense.
There's one car.
Very little car driving.
Yeah.
You're constantly having to play with other players, and it's got a lot of story. So, like, I just, like, context matters. And that's helpful because there might be somebody else that's like, oh, I like car driving, I don't like story, and I don't want to play with other players. This review is really helpful to me. So,
yeah. Just set your context. I booted up the game. I didn't like the main menu, and that is important to me, and so I quit. It's like, all right. I too find main menus very, very critical to my experience of a game.
Okay, so he said that they planted the seeds. Now we can swap modes, and we watered them. Then he watered them, and you can leave these tasks to NPCs when you progress far enough on the island. Retainers. Would there be a benefit to having more than? Are they going to provide you with enough? There are going to be a lot of people disappointed in this, and there are going to be a lot of people that absolutely love this, and this is what they do. Constantly.
Yeah.
It's going to cause all the same controversy that Blue Mage did.
Yeah. Is that just also just a part of the the game growing and getting wider, you know, larger, so that event like it's the voices that are disappointed just sound, you know, louder because it just seems like there's more of them because there's more players overall.
Yeah, I do think that like any one opinion isn't like a lone person anymore. Everybody's got people that are like, hey, that's how I feel. No, I like chill content, but like I've done fishing streams, so you know.
Yeah.
Brian's doing a fishing stream tonight. He's hosting a fishing tournament. Sport St. Jude.
I have that Lincoln. Yeah,
Sephiroth just subscribed for 13 months.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Sephiroth was part of the convocation? Oh my gosh. Well, falls balls, 13 months. All right. So now we're livestock farming.
Oh yeah, let's farm that livestock, baby.
That guy's a feeder, and that is something you should probably keep to yourself. That's like a private choice. That's fine, whatever you're into. But like, don't broadcast it. I was raised to be very polite.
Yeah, that's the reasons why systems feel disconnected from one another 8-bit is just the nature and how that they've had to build Final Fantasy. That's why the fact that we're actually getting trusts in the older dungeons is so important. But I tell you as an engineer that it's incredibly hard to do stuff like that because 14 was built kind of like stacking on top of itself. So things aren't like really truly able to be integrated fully. And so it is one of the long-term weaknesses of its design. But I believe that design came out of necessity, and so Yoshi P's putting a lot of effort in going back into the core, you know, foundation and trying to kind of get these things to connect up somewhat. Yeah, it runs on PS5. It's beautiful on PS5. I haven't been able to find a PS5. I don't think I have the money for a PS5 anymore. We'll have to wait and see, you know, how the rest of this year shakes out.
I think yesterday marks the first 7 days I've had in a long time that something in my house hasn't broken.
Yeah, dude.
Which probably just means I don't know what it is.
Oh, it's broken.
Oh.
He's progressing nicely. He's almost to level 3.
Is he feeding himself items at all? Or is this all legit progress?
I think he's making legit progress. Are we going to farm monkeys?
Okay, so you get to capture mobs. Once you do, once you have them, you'll get to craft the next one. There's so many weird lore ramifications. Okay, we're now going to select capture mode. It will always succeed. This is weird. Okay, so now that you've stolen this, now that you've kidnapped this monkey, you should have the ability to make this monkey make more monkeys.
Give him to the feeder. Feed that monkey to the feeder.
Oh, this is weird. This is weird. This is weird.
Gary, thanks for sponsoring this drink.
This drink is brought to you by Monkey Feed.
Monkey
If you feed the monkey, it'll have to make more monkeys. It doesn't have a choice.
Can we do the same for pandas?
It's weird. It's weird.
Get in there and get to work.
All right. You can raise the mobs here and gather materials from them as well. Oh no. We're making monkey cheese. This is gross. Oh. Of course there are other mobs too. Well, that's good. Oh. I don't. Oh, you're right. It doesn't have to be milk. We could shave the monkey, and then we could have monkey jackets. Oh. It does make Elpis feel more respectful. Elpis, we raised them to be successful, and if they weren't, we advanced the timeline and killed them. This is like, I kidnapped them, and I will now milk them and make more of them.
Sanctuary rank up.
Is he gonna nickname it? Just put monkey. All right, this is the animal management window where you can check on the status. Where do you think that island glam came from? Monkey jackets.
Monkey jackets, of course. You can even give them nicknames. You can give them nicknames, guys.
Think cloning. That is ethically improved over the current assumptions. Can we crossbreed them? There's no way they're letting us do it interspecies crossbreeding. I want a monkey and an elephant. If you let your sub run out, they're all dead. Oh, it's so dark. 45 days, man. 45 days, and the whole island either goes wild and burns all your stuff down, or it's an extermination event.
It's supposed to be very casual content, very relaxing content, but then it gets dark quick. This drink is sponsored by Jinsko. Thank you very much.
Oh, man. Animal cloning. It's better than the alternative.
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Chat's going nuts.
Oh, this is weird. This is weird. Yeah. Okay, so now we have a logger mammoth. They don't look like they're working. They're just partying. Get to work, mammoths.
Get to work.
Yay. 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 It does look like a Viva Pinata game. Oh, man.
All right, they've cleared the zone.
It's Tamagotchis. No? I mean, you can take breaks from 14 whenever you want. I mean, your monkey's going to die, but it's your call. I'm not telling you to stay subscribed.
Yeah.
I estimate current death toll to be 36. Is that a problem?
That's so funny and so dark.
They'll help you develop more land if you use your scripts. Sweet, chop down that forest. Nobody's using it.
This was a sanctuary, but now it's a thriving metropolis.
Oh.
And then, like, you have one of the mammoths, and they just kind of looking on all the destruction with a tear running down their cheek. Oh my god.
First, the monkeys lived alone in their sanctuary and thrived. Then you came there and kidnapped and cloned them. Then you unsubscribed and they starved to death.
If anybody wants to come see a comedy special, I'm actually going to be featured here on the 25th. So I will be posting details on that. Just kind of trying to give people a bigger heads up, actually, since I have a bigger heads up than last time. So it is adult shows. So
now a hatchet won't be enough. So you need to make a hammer. At this stage,
make that
all
hammer.
I can picture when I hear that is the Dr. Horrible sing-along sign, the Nathan Fillion line about the hammer.
Captain Hammer. The hammer. What is the hammer? What is it?
You can also release your minions around this area.
Yes. That's all I'm trying to get to. I just want to get my island developed enough so I can set my minions free.
He's got 320. Respect. I'm betting those are... I don't think this is a real character, so... He's only got 400,000 gil. This is probably a fake character.
Yeah.
I have, I think, like 62% of all the minions available in game right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a minion hunter when this goes live.
FFXIV Collect is your friend.
Yeah.
All right, you can have up to 40 minions roaming the island. Game on. Game on. I think minion farming's about to move up the list. Up the list.
Do it.
There's a lot of good ones. Okay.
I love that there's so much
Only
debate.
40? Yeah. Carrie, maybe they'll double it to 80 if we all complain like the like we do about Glamour. Maybe.
Says we don't have enough time
honestly,
to cover everything, but it should give us a good idea of what to expect with this
release
content.
one, is there more than one of it? Like, are you releasing a population of that minion? Or is it literally just 40?
Yeah.
Because that would be my question to that, Carrie, right? Like if you're populating the island with 40 species, that feels very different than if you're releasing just 40 minions.
Mm-hmm.
Are those minions then removed from the ones you can summon outside? I doubt it. But maybe. I actually put minions in my job change macros, so I have different minions assigned to different jobs. That helps me make the minions more useful now, but that's still not 300. So this would be an additional 40.
Smash. I love Nashville. Nashville is so beautiful. I love it every time I've been up there. And yeah, I guess if I ever do tour, I'm not anticipating that, but you know, if all of a sudden it's like, all right, book the
it's an
club in
island or a time swamp.
Yeah, time swamp.
I think we call those time sinks. It's probably the more direct translation. Like a sinkhole.
Yeah.
For your time. Yeah, it could just be what Jay said, just 40 minions, any combination. So like you just release 40 cactars.
The world needs more cactars. And tonberries, you know. It's like, let's get that tomberry rocking and rolling.
Will the minions interact on the island the way they do out in the world?
I hope so.
Yeah, I would hope so. Maybe even new interactions. That would be really cool.
Yeah, and just to remind people, this is not done as a 6.2. They're going to continue to add more content to it, so we'll continue to see this.
Patch.
Yeah, we'll continue to see them expand on that, which is kind of interesting that they're adding this alongside obviously Savage. So it kind of gives, okay, you want your hard, end content, or do you want to kind of kick back and relax casually? Good range of content offering.
So this is not a content to race. Please enjoy your own pace. My pace is race.
Yeah, like bull that, man. Like it's like, oh, people gonna be racing. We'll turn a race out of anything. I know that we'll probably see people like, hey, can I reset my island? Back to the start, and I'm gonna do a speed run of it. But you do need a clear 6.0 story to be able to have access to it. So it's if you're like, hey, I'm finally joining 14.
It's located off the coast of Thavnair?
I think so. I mean, that would be where I would put it.
I mean, the lore of that area says that there are more maps than cartographers could keep track of.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't how mapping works, but sure. It's fantastic.
Now you will never unsubscribe.
Oh, Strutter was here before people asked for their second island.
Can I get two? Can I get two islands? Make another character. Beat the story.
All right, so there's an broader otter there. Earn rewards.
Build
Explore
facilities.
the wilds.
Sell handicrafts. Release minions. Earn rewards. Explore the wilds.
I just hope it's not using up somewhere like the South Isles where the Arcanists come from.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Somewhere we've never been that I do want to go. Thavnair makes no sense with the type of rocks.
I really hope they jump into the Criterion or variant dungeons.
Okay. There it is. Variant dungeons. Your wish is Yoshi P's command. We know that this content
we
isn't
have
for
a
everybody,
we have a
but-
secret to reveal.
But we look at it more from the perspective of providing a new environment and players can enjoy in their own way. So that wraps up everything they want to say about Island Sanctuary. Let's move on. Variant dungeons. Okay, so these are your variable difficulty dungeons. They were first phrased as criterion, but now we've got a couple of different options here. So we've got the casual play. These are your variants, 1 to 4 players, no role restrictions, job changes permitted. The strength will be determined by party size between 1 and 4, and the progression will be based on your choices. You said, I think it was like 2 bosses per path, 6 bosses per dungeon or something, I think is what the interview said.
Mm-hmm.
And these are kind of your story, and they're meant to like help tell this narrative. And to see it all, you're going to need to play it more than once. As we talk about the upper difficulties, that moves into your criterion dungeons, and there will be a criterion and a savage. And so the restrictions, everything we just named will be there, but it's going to get more restrictive the higher you go. And eventually, like by the time you're in savage, it starts to be like the enemies get the echo if you take too long. So.
And no worries if you guys are coming in late to the stream. Once all this is done, we will raid, and we will raid ourselves ultimately. And so we have a kind of a podcast stream set up where we're going to summarize it for you, and we'll hang out and have a discussion with you guys as well. So all you got to do is hang out here on YouTube or continue to hang out on Twitch, or do both. Lurking on both is encouraged.
So the first one is in the Sildine subterrane. If you don't know what the Sildine is, don't worry. As you clear, if you don't remember from ARR story, it would be hard to go back and get that in side quests you can't redo. But there's a lot of it in Hildy. So if you want to re-clear Hildy, that'll kind of remind you of the Sildinar. TLDR, Ul'dah had a sister city, and so it's time to kind of explore what happened there. We'll be exploring the depths alongside a certain someone, and we'll experience a different story depending on your chosen path, but you may enjoy all versions through that. What just happened?
Carrie Ann gifting 10 subs over on Twitch. Thank you so much. If guys, you aren't following over here on Twitch yet, links in the description. Go give it a follow. I'll be live over there tonight with the charity stream. We're going to be raising money for St. Jude's. Thank you, Carrie, for that epic support. Pushing Chris into a you guys sponsor him bonus stream. Doing some really cool stuff. If you guys haven't seen his last one.
Yeah, so that'll be at the end of this month. So at the end of August here, guys, we will have a stream brought to you by you guys. It may be more than one. And last time it was 2 streams because I couldn't get to it all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I finished up the bonus stream, Fido. I already did. It took a second one. I'd like to maybe pick a day that I can do it all in one sitting. Okay, so we've got the 5 different types of variant actions. These are like your Bosja skills, or if anybody remembers when cross-class skills were making choices. So you've got Cure, Ultimatum, Raise, Spirit Dark, and Rampart. And so they've got their effects. So you can heal somebody, you can provoke, you can revive, you can damage nearby enemies, and reduce damage received. These will be available based on what role you are, but it looks like they're all available for at least 2 roles. And this makes sure that you don't feel like you have to have a certain comp, because remember that in variant dungeons, there is no comp requirement. So it's very much like Delibrum, in that it's just going to be a little bit chaos, or Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High, something like that. So should be good. So as we move up in difficulty, we'll see. He should recap. Most of this is all stuff we've learned either through interviews, the last live letter, etc. So knowing the ability names is new, but most of this we're getting. So to ensure that you can have different role actions without queuing as that role, remember you will be able to change job while inside there. So if you realize, I really wish we had a healer, you can do that. It also looks like it would be able to be beatable with just 1. So here is the UI for it, which is probably inside some new menu, within some new tab, within some new slider, under some new button. Cool.
Oh, special dungeon finder. Looks good. Red with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Red. Says, watch Work to Game stream New World tonight. Thank you, man. Also, Red's gonna be streaming, and co-streaming is encouraged. We have a link again. Hopefully, I hope it's fun. I really do. It's my first step into charity streaming, so I am nervous.
Nanamo will be joining us.
Yes.
They said a special someone like 2 seconds ago, and now they turn right back around.
And confirmed, yeah.
And confirmed.
Yeah.
There was already lots of speculation going on with the trailer. I think people were excited. All right, so they've got their variant actions. Grays out the ones they can't have.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. Okay. Looks like you get to bring 2.
Yeah, that seems to be. And that's why I'm happy that we're seeing that. And I hope that we'll see the same thing with the deep dungeon. Like, it's like, just give me 2 options of things to take that I can, that can change my build.
In casual content, you just bring largely whatever you want, right? But as you get into like higher difficulties, that starts to be a big part of the strategy.
Right.
Oh no, it's a mustache Lala. Regardless of who it is, the mustache Lala means you can't trust him.
This is the UI. To know that. Yeah, they say this is the UI you see after clearing it once.
Okay, so you have seen one of the outcomes.
Oh, how many? 1, 2,
total of 12.
Nice.
I have trouble telling any mustache Lala fell apart drifter, and I don't trust any of them. None of them. Not a single mustache Lala can be trusted. I'm just saying, like, if you've had a potato around long enough that it's grown a mustache, you gotta get rid of that potato. That's Teleji. It looks kind of like Teleji.
And Fredneck is thinking, isn't that Lolorito?
Could be. They all look alike to me.
One Lala looks like another. No, I'm an Elzen and maybe a Ronso. Like, I was a Ronso for a little bit on the first. That was my lore. That was my lore reason.
He's entering it solo. Do it. That's what she talks like. The Sildine subterrane.
How cool would it be if they also fight alongside you? You know, like.
Oh, you got choices. You got choices. Left is right.
Yeah, always be lefting.
Yeah, this is half patch. October 18th is the earliest I could see it being here. It could easily be after that. As of right now, I don't see it being before that. Ah, I love the little portrait system. I hope they add that to more stuff. Thancred, this is Thancred. So you can go as you can also, it's not just, it's 1, 2, 4 players. So it can be 1, 2, 3, or 4 players.
They showed the variant is the Savage stuff is 4-player plus. I mean, sorry, 4-player. Match made.
High level sync was a 635. Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah. The Criterion main version is 4-player. If you can do matchmaking, you don't have role restrictions. And then the Savage is not match made. Oh, okay. So if there is more than one player, the amount of players standing in the tile is going to be what determines the path that is chosen. So as a team, you can troll or you can say, hey, we're going to go stay over here.
What happens if it's even?
I don't know. That's the thing. Is it random?
Nanamo suggested this door. It's not always the same. She'll pick different doors. Sneaky Lala.
She will talk a lot.
So is it random? Like, what happens if you have 3 people and they spread across all 3 doors? It's got to just be random.
Do you think it then picks whatever Nanamo is selecting?
Oh, maybe.
You know, so it's
what
like,
if
okay.
What if it's 2 and 2 and they are on the ones that Nanamo didn't select?
This is something we might have to find out.
Yeah, programmers have to deal with this.
Yeah.
This is a problem for devs. Users will just tell them if it's wrong. It's like pulp and orange juice. Do you want pulp? No, I don't think I want pulp. Do you want no pulp? Well, I don't want no pulp. Well, how much pulp? I'll tell you when it's the right amount of pulp. How about I just tell you every time you get it wrong?
What's the right amount of pulp?
All right. So variant Rampart just looks pretty similar to regular Rampart. Progression locks until one has more. It's a standoff. I got 87 minutes and 20 seconds. Game on.
Game on.
Because this can be queued with randoms, right? Variant can.
Variant, I don't know if it has match. Like the
Criterion.
Criterion does. Variant has no role restrictions.
Savage for sure did not. Savage
Right.
for sure is Party Finder or bust. Okay.
I haven't
She's
played the
talking a
Y
lot.
series.
She's been talking. She did the big talking. She's saying little things.
Chat bubbles.
Chat bubbles. She did have chat bubbles. Well, there are chat bubbles. in there.
MVCs have always like
The
had.
problem
have
is
had
they've always
chat
had
bubbles.
some. It's
Yeah.
just hit or miss.
Yeah.
People like it as a universal setting. Yeah, I don't think the add-on was doing anything more than just like kind of building off that. Max pulp is an orange? No, you can get more pulp. I can eat an orange and not get any stuck in my teeth. There is some orange juice out there where that is I feel like a strainer. All right. He's letting them hit him a little so he can experience the thrill.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
you.
I like
I'm
standing in
not-
AoEs. I just feel so alive. Treasure boxes are personal. That's how treasure boxes work in dungeons now, unless they drop gear. I assume that the like max pulp orange juice is just taking the pulp from the no pulp orange juice, and that's how they're getting to pulp that seems beyond 100% pulp.
Yeah.
It feels a lot like Bostia raids. This feels a lot like Bostia.
He's saying that.
I was worried that when we got away from exploratory that they were like giving up a lot of what they learned from Bostia, but it feels like this is just small scale Bostia.
Yeah. And he says that chat wants him to open the loot boxes, and he's like,
He said you can do that yourself soon. No, not soon. Isn't this half patch?
half patch.
That's 2.5 months from now.
I was
Like
hoping,
I
was
think
hoping
October
variant.
18th is the earliest.
Yeah, I was hoping variant was going to come in 6.2, and then the Criterion would come in the half patch, but I think it's all being joined.
All right.
Quote unquote soon.
Oh.
でこうやってまあ進んでいくとそろそろちょっとキルしながらいこうと思います。はい。
Okay, so this is our first boss. Is he going to fight the boss? No.
Oh, no.
No way. Do it. Do it. Fight it. Fight it. One route will have 2 bosses as opposed to 3. Any relic updates? I think the relic is tied to this system, so I think the relic comes off of this. That's what I'm thinking more and more. The more I think about it, the more I think, I think the interview this week really kind of is what pushed me in that direction strongly. So we'll see what they say after this.
So they said that they weren't going to have unique. They're not going to have unique bosses for each route, so the model will be the same, but it will and can impact the mechanics of the boss. Which I think that's more than fair.
Yeah.
やっていろいろ違いをね探ってってもらえるといいなと。
Oh man. It was early.
Yeah. At least it's like early as in, you know, like 5-6 hour time as opposed to like sometimes where it's like, it's 1-2 in the morning. Like, I'm gonna go get a snack, guys, because you can visibly see Brian falling asleep.
My wife had a happy hour with some colleagues last night, and she got home at like 10 or 10:30, and I was already in bed asleep. And she came in, she goes, "What are you doing asleep?" I was like, "I have to be up early." She goes, "Oh, you didn't want to like hang out?" No, like all the lights in the house are off. Like I turned on the porch light and I shut everything else off and went to bed. No, I have to be up at 4:45. And some live letters we have to be up a lot earlier than that. Some live letters it's like, well, sure, I'll just be up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if as soon as he leaves the variant dungeons, I'm gonna take a 5-second break and go to the restroom because I'm like, yeah, I've had all that coffee this morning.
All right, so he noticed that seeing the tank buster on you when you're not a tank can be scary. But remember, you have he's got his little rampart that he's popping.
Yeah.
Oh. Nice.
I wonder if the color changes if you go down different paths. Because he says mechanics, and so like obviously it looks like the blue one is the safe one, and then the red one is the not safe one, or in this case maybe the red one's the safe one. But last time it was the blue. Oh, if they flip over. Okay. Nice.
Cool. That makes sense. I think it'll be fun to explore. I look forward to the harder modes. I look forward to seeing. I like watching Ultimate Prog, so like even if it's so hard I can't get through it, I'll still enjoy that. I think it's important to have that stuff in a game. You can only be as good as the hardest content, and so like that's the ceiling. And so I want to have a bigger variety of player skills so that we all get to be exactly where we're comfortable. And so I want there to be content down at the base of the mountain. You know, if you don't want to leave base camp, that's great. I think that's what Island Sanctuary is. But I want there to be a mountain that climbs all the way to the peak. And that's not to say everybody has to, you know, evacuated from the base camp up to the peak. That's not what I want. But I want you to be able to climb it to the degree that it's fun for you. So when people say I'm bored, we'll climb a little higher. While I'm feeling stressed, we'll go a little lower. You should kind of be able to choose your place. So he thinks the mechanics are enough. They're going to give you a little resistance. That's what they say about. They call all dungeons challenging dungeons. Sure, I expect it to be very approachable. So I wouldn't say it as like when he says enough resistance. I wouldn't take it as intimidating.
Yeah.
What is this mount from? Is it a cat? Is it a rat?
A little gerbil. Little hamster.
They showed it in the trailer, and I didn't know what it was from. It could be a variant boss.
Could be. Could be.
Is it being lifted by its tail?
I wonder, like in flight mode? Yeah. Yeah. I would say that it is.
There is even a reason on the lore why this mount can fly. I can't tell if it's cute or creepy. Yes. That's why people have ferrets. Like, that's weird, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
Cool. Let's do it. On to Criterion. Let's level it up. Okay, so now we're going to the higher difficulties.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick.
Okay, so they're probably going to start off with a little bit of a summary here. So this is meant to be difficulty content. You must be standard comp. 1 tank, 1 healer, 2 DPS. Visually, it's going to kind of reuse the variant dungeon stuff. but the structure is going to be completely different. It's going to predetermine your route, and there will not be an NPC with you. This is just you now. This is about kind of like our Mythic Plus here. Noah, thank you so much for support. Thanks for sharing Prime with us. Okay. So the Criterion dungeons, they will look similar, but they are very different things. One is about story. It's about enjoying this casual content. Take at your own pace, mix and match based on comp. Doesn't even need to be a full group, whatever you need. This feels like this is kind of your dungeon extreme. And then we've got a Criterion Savage after that. Carry on, no problem. We are happy to be here. Criterion Dungeon 1 is Subterrane, is Sildine Subterrane and Sildine Subterrane Savage. Remember, we're going to be getting more dungeons with patch 6.4 and 6.5 for what it sounds like is a total of 3. This expansion, we would take 6.3 off because we're getting a deep dungeon. Another dungeon are high difficulty by default, and then Savage gets absolutely nuts.
I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be crazy.
Parties of fewer than 4 players will be supplemented via matchmaking. For Savage, however, that will be party finder only, not matchmade. Normal methods of resurrection are prohibited, but each player will be granted a limited use of variant raise, and all other variant actions will be unavailable in the normal Criterion dungeons. Defeated enemies will stay dead after a party gets wiped. So it's a very forgiving version of the deep dungeon system. The floor will stay cleared. However, when we move to Savage, you must be preformed, and there are no forms of resurrection whatsoever. No variant actions. You're all on your own now. All enemies defeated will reset if the party wipes, and if you do not defeat it within the timeline, the enemies are going to get stronger. They're going to get the echo. So it's a bit of a race. So this is kind of their answer to the Guild Wars Fractal system or the World of Warcraft Mythic Plus system.
Yeah.
Mythic Plus starts with Mythic 1 is often referred to as Mythic 0 because there's no affixes. And so Mythic 0 is really just one step harder than Heroic Dungeons. So you've kind of got this Heroic and then Mythic 0. It's not that bad, but it builds from there. The Fractal system starts very low. You have no agony, and so you need no agony resist. But as you progress through them, they start to level up, and there starts to be modifiers. And I know New World's mixing in with their system. Yeah. This is just the Final Fantasy version of that, like loose, big idea. It doesn't mean it's an import of one of them, but it's kind of a loose take on that. There will be a special dungeon finder for this.
Still makes me wish that we would see them actually move this content to 5-player over 4, but I can dream. And then Smashville. I got, actually, y'all sent me this beanie. This is a brand new beanie. I got a bunch of the new ones that y'all sent me. Chris dropped them off on my birthday from you guys, so thank y'all so much. And I got the classic, and I got the classic green downstairs being washed.
That comparison to Fractals is helpful. Good. We're trying to get to know more MMOs. I'll be playing Guild Wars on Mondays that are not lore weeks on the schedule down below. I'm working on my Sky Scale.
Nice. I want to jump into Guild Wars. Man, so many games I want to play. One of these days, Alice. One of these days. Fido, I believe these were from you, correct?
2 of them, yeah.
Yeah. Like this is actually purple, but it shows up blue on camera. So I think it's beautiful in both the real world and in this virtual world that we're in.
All right, Trevin, 19 months. Thank you so much.
Thank you for these. These are beautiful, by the way. Wow, 19 months. Thanks, man.
Another Sildine Subterrane. I love that it says another. I just thought they were phrasing it like that.
Right.
Like, oh yeah, it's another one. No,
somehow further Hildebrand. It's like
somehow further.
Somehow is still also, it's part of it.
Even more Subterrane. Skipping a subbed alpaca. Al Capone Dex. Al Capone. think it's an Al Capone reference there. I'm bad at reading.
Yeah, I was out in New Orleans a couple of weeks ago. Went through Baton Rouge.
Al Capone, and then the X's are on the outside. Those X's get me. So like XXX, Dragon, Assassin, True, the Hit Master,
69
Headshot,
Warrior,
69, 82, XXX. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, 1 second, making myself invincible.
I wiped in A for another, S for Sildine, S for Subterrane, or for Savage this week.
Hey, KR, good morning.
All right. So we're getting to see a lot. So he can enter solo because he's a dev, but this is normally going to be required for 4 people. But on normal mode, you can match make. So you would just queue. You could queue alone, and you would just get paired up. Mr. Worldwide, gifting us up to Rickster. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Worldwide.
Paying forward the gift they got from Archivist. Archivist dropped a crazy number of subs last month.
Oh, I know. If
And
you guys
this
are
month for my birthday and for the anniversary of the channel, Farmer Girl dropped a crazy number. So it's 2 months in a row.
If you guys also aren't following Aorzean Archives, Archivist is a part of that great, incredible team. Chris, if you could get a shout out for them as well, I would appreciate that because they do some really great lore work for Final Fantasy. Thank you.
Exclamation point archive. Okay, so the
Worldwide,
patrolling mobs here are really dangerous. You can't ignore them. You're going to have to beat all mobs for the boss to appear. So the idea of do you engage with trash or do you not is something that hard mode dungeons really struggle with. World of Warcraft solves this by making a minimum number of mobs need to die. So you get to pick which trash you engage with. Fractals in Guild Wars end up being that certain mechanics just get cheesed by certain classes. And so kind of depending on where it's at, that determines different strategies. So you look at your comp and who's capable and see, because it's about getting through it, because you're supposed to get through it. Ideally, in a perfect world, you're getting through kind of these daily set ones within Guild Wars, and that's working you towards it. And your first, like if you're really blasting through it, your first hour of that can easily be like 35 gold, which is a lot of money in Guild Wars. 35 gold in a single hour is really, really great. I'd probably compare that to like if you could make, let's say like 350,000 gil per hour, something like that. So like it'd be really good. It's not gonna like change your life, but it would be a really healthy amount of gil.
Is this where like everybody gets just one res? Because we see that like in Destiny, okay, everybody can res once, and so you want to, like, if the guy who has the res dies, like, you know, then it's like, well, we're gonna wipe because nobody else can res.
As opposed to like a shared Palmander count or a total res count. So you might need to think about the order in which you pull them. Overlapping mechanics might easily wipe you. God, that's what I loved about like the Burning Crusade dungeons. He used the power of the gods now to just make them disappear.
Once you beat all the mobs, you actually get a recast for your raise action back. So even if you use it, there is a way to actually restore that raise action.
Cap of 1. So it does kind of work like that Palmander concept, right?
Yeah.
Where you've got them, and it's use it. But if you use it, you might get it back. Cool. This is a boss in the variant dungeon. But in Criterion dungeons, it's stronger. So here's our hamster.
There it is.
Hey, buddy.
Hamster ball.
Have they talked about Island? They showed a lot on Island.
Oh, yeah. We'll summarize all this again and go over it in pretty big detail for you guys here as soon as the official live letter is wrapped.
And if our detail's too long, then I'll sum it up after that.
Yeah, Chris does the condensed. And then there's
sometimes those are still 22 minutes.
You need to still turn that into a short. And what do you need to know about patch 6.2? New content's coming. We'll see you next time. Subscribe for the bigger video that goes through the details.
August 23rd. Cool. And then 625 is roughly 2 months after that. That makes it at the earliest, in my opinion, if you look at the 56-day count that we've seen patches have, that is October 18th. So I don't see how it would be here before October 18th. It could be here after October 18th.
Yeah. And chat's asking any word on Blue Mage, and we haven't had any news on Blue Mage or limited jobs. It's been real quiet on that regards. And so
in October, there was a throwaway answer, just a loose answer of like what's going on with Blue Mage, and it says it will get updated in Endwalker. That was it. Just we are aware of it. But like honestly, Rival Wings was the same thing. Rival Wings was it'll come back. Probably not till 6.2.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 6.2 today, during the PvP section, it said Rival Wings is coming back. And that's it. It just got mentioned. There was no big announcement about it.
The release date is August 23rd for the 6.2. And then, like Chris said, maybe October the 18th-ish, you know. But that date will become more clear as we get through September.
Could easily be late October. Could be as late as early November. Honestly, would not be insane. It's hard to gauge because they're on a new patch cadence. Astrid, thank you for continuing a gifted sub from Cryptionics.
Yeah, thank you.
Somebody that also just regularly drops gifts on the channel. So in Savage difficulty, the mob attacks do not have ground indicators. So it is going to be like Savage raids. The bosses in normal mode will feel like Savage floor 1.5, floor 3, 4, 4. So he expects normal to punch pretty hard. So Savage is definitely aimed at players that are going to clear the next Savage tier early, so they can challenge it with their good gear. Okay, so this is meant to take that P5 through 8 gear. Cool.
Which is great.
You know, Brian, you were asking, like, I just don't see the reason to like chase gear if it's just going to expire and I don't have the time to be in a static. And it's like, well, here's your reason.
Exactly. That's what this game has been needing, in my opinion. Not that everybody has to agree with that. I never want to force people to do things that they don't want to do, but it's like, all right, because like the gear chase has always happened in 0.4, because I'm like, oh, I'm going to get the most use out of that gear. And so it's just a function. It's just my function of my brain. It's like, okay, but now I'm like, oh, I could use that gear and actually jump into this. That sounds exciting.
I mean, yeah, 0.4 is like 10 months out. When are you gonna have more details posted on comedy?
As soon as I get the flyer. So I'll post the flyer and where that's going down. It's going to be at the Comedy Arena, and it's going to be on the 25th. I don't know yet the start time. It is an adult show, so if you are easily offended, not that my show is so like is like the offensive show, but I'm not the headlining comedian. Chances are I'll be first, but I think there's 4 of us, and so I you know, the last show, like, yeah, I thought I saw a couple of uncomfortable looks from those who came out to see me. They're like, oh man, I was like, yeah, people talk about stuff, man.
Live is very different.
That's why I don't post it online. You know, my theory from online is like, oh, you're just perusing the internet and all of a sudden somebody, you know, like, I don't know what your mood is. And in real time, if I say something and if it doesn't land, then I know how to adjust. Like I can adjust and we can play in that space, and it's a lot of fun. This looks awesome, dude. This looks awesome.
So he said these bosses will be shorter than 8-man fights. They're going to be faster paced.
Okay.
He thinks they're really fun. Chad is asking him to fight the boss, so that's what he's doing. He's getting nailed by things, so he got a damage down.
Oh yeah. Right? Oh, brooms are back. But it's somewhat like the tail. Look at the like, you know how he was flying with the tail thing, etc.
Okay.
Oh, that was wild.
Did they announce a date? Not for 6.25, just for 6.2. So all we know is the 23rd. Everything after that is speculation. So my spreadsheet has its speculation. It's just speculation.
Yeah, I get pretty intense. That's where I'm seeing if I can't get a guy to help me make a sit down emote and throw him a chair emote or something like that.
Okay. So this is the MMO spreadsheet of epic nerdiness, and it has all of the answers. So let's go look at this. So if we go look at patch dates for Final Fantasy XIV, here's when 1.0 released back in 2010. Here's when Yoshi P started, by the way. So anybody who ever like, if you ever meet Yoshi P and he's talking English with you and you're like, I mean, thank God like you took over, because whoever ran the game during 1.0 was a real moron. just be aware that Yoshi P took over in 2010 and actually ran the game for the back half of 1.0.
He got 1.0 running actually in a really good state. There's still things.
If you say
I
1.0 like really took a leap forward in quality in 2.0, I think he'd be wildly complimented. But just I've seen lately that I saw some creators put out some videos lately that talked about like how 1.0 was a disaster and that it was a lack of good leadership and the game needed Yoshi P. And I would just like to correct that and say 1.0 was led by Yoshi P. He didn't start it, but he took over very, 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 very rapidly. Just okay.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 is one of the first games to actually be cross-play, cross-save, cross-prog, and so when more people started doing it, that's what made me happy. But I saw a lot of people confused by that. Like, what do you mean I don't have to start over on each platform? No. Your character's your character. Just go nuts, have fun.
Oh, they're showing off.
New housing items.
Housing items.
And this is from the campaign set for the garden. So people have been doing housing design contests, weapon design contest stuff. That's all getting implemented into the game.
Just one? Oh, straw bed. There's the bed. And then, what are those? Portraits. They look beautiful. And you can pitch a tent in 14.
Yay.
I hope that's what the text says.
Pitch a tent.
Yeah. We'll have our recaps. We'll recap at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, so patch dates. Sorry, got a lot going on. So 6.2. Everything here, this is all guessing. So this is now confirmed for 8/23 of 22. So this is no longer guessing. Yeah, that's fine. So now we are guessing anything past this date. So this is now confirmed for the 23rd. So 56 days was to the half patch from 6.1. So if we take that theory, that puts it at the 18th of October. So that's how I got that math, is that's 56 days. Ooh, what are they showing now? What are they showing now?
2 days before Fredneck Teddy's birthday. Remind us so we can wish you a birthday.
So that's why I think it's that date. I think that puts 6.3 in January. I don't think it fits this year. I think it kicks out. It might not, but I would kick it out possibly as far as January. And that would easily then put 6.4 out next summer, which means we'd be looking at FanFest maybe being a summer thing. Because FanFest historically has happened, NA FanFest is historically kicked off during the 0.4 patch. So that's kind of my current guesses. Those guesses have adjusted. My original guess for 6.2 was actually the 9th. So we would already be in 6.2 by now. And that was based on some other dates. So just informing you of how I guessed. I know, so you said, like, I think Mr. Happy guessed that it was late August, and so he was much closer to the mark. Yeah, guy's a legend. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
I'd love to see this. You got to see them, right?
Yes, it was great. We saw the Final Fantasy VII one though, and it was awesome. And Yoshi P had a message and stuff. I Julie got that for my birthday, and it was just it was like a Christmas present birthday thing. So it was kind of just recently. It was great. No, it's Christmas present. Yeah, but it ended up being closer to the birthday when the
player exclusive lottery. Awesome for the tickets. That's what they do for BlizzCon too. I think that's one of the applicable technologies for blockchain is to stop ticket resales, or if it allows somebody to say I am okay with ticket resales or I'm not, and if I am okay with ticket resales, it allows the original poster, the venue, and the artist to decide can it go up in value, and if it does go up in value, do they get a piece of that action? Because right now artists basically pick a price and they don't want to seem like they're extorting people, but then in those end up trading on the market at 5x value, and the artist doesn't see any of that other 4x. The majority of the money is not getting split between them and the venue. So I think blockchain is where a lot of that goes. These player exclusive lotteries are like a nice solution, but I would love to see blockchain step in and be paired with somebody like one of the big houses. I mean, here in the U.S., it's all like managed by like Ticketmaster and stuff.
Right.
Which has pros and cons. So you get that flower. So they're going to turn on Elpis flowers during the thing?
Oh, that's cool.
Oh my God. I bet I'd cry.
And there it is in person.
Around,
that's beautiful.
I bet I'd cry. Can you imagine looking out over the room with that music playing and those all come on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Taking the live letter summary discussion. Stream is live. I scheduled it for 9. I was like, all right, we'll keep it at 9, but we'll be live here and then we'll cut over once because we're in the QVC hour. I'll edit this out of the podcast.
So the way these typically work, basically you get a catch up with anything previously stated. You get the meat of it. Part 1 is about what's coming in the patch as a whole. Part 2 is about gameplay for the specific elements that is important for. So it's less features added to the game, but more detail. And then the third part of each live letter is a QVC. And so sometimes these are interviews with other devs and stuff, but a lot of times this is where they're selling you guitars or dolls or whatever. Can you imagine being in a room where it was literally humid because so many people were crying? I assume that's what's happening there.
Yeah.
So we are in the third part. We stick around for this part because this is where we find out about things, not only like when the orchestra's traveling, but sometimes other dates as well. So sometimes there are important parts in this. Back when Brian and I were both working full-time outside the home, both of us were, we would piece out to go do the summary. And so we missed some of these, and we would have it on the second monitor. We would record while keeping an eye on for like English slides. And so some of those videos, if you go back and watch them, there's times where like mid-announcement we're like, and like we really don't know when the patch is, except that they just told us it's on the so we were because we were recording in real time.
We have a clarification regarding the gear with the fire visual effects. He says that he keeps getting asked about it. It is from the raid, but did not clarify whether it's Savage tier only. And I'm probably going to venture a bet that is the Savage version. The normal version looks like that.
Only a time gate for non-Savage raiders.
Yeah.
Because remember, Savage can be done unsynced the following expansion.
Yeah.
And the expansion after that becomes trash easy. So in 7.0, that becomes very, very manageable to farm. In 8.0, that becomes wildly easy. All right. But hopefully it makes people want to engage in Savage in the current. I think that's what it's for.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Yeah, you can rewind here on YouTube. So if there's things that you missed, you want to go look back at our reaction to it, and then as soon as this ends, we'll put out the summary. And the stream here on the YouTube side should raid into the summary, so that way it's structurally cataloged the way that it should be, ideally.
They are saying this is the third time they've had an Eorzean symphony concert for 14.
Nice.
It was difficult to organize during the the times, but they keep getting asked a lot. I need to clear P3 and P4. We have a lot more people interested than we can offer tickets, and for that, I'm very sorry. Well, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have.
It's what makes things like this possible. You know, you got to basically fill the place, which inherently means that there's people that want it in. If you have seats open, then you probably, these venues are really expensive to book. I know that like the big venues in the US or whatever, if they're not full, most of the time the event is losing money.
Right.
They just can't even turn on the lights.
October 17th, Sunday to October 9th, the Final Fantasy XIV heads to PAX Australia.
Cool.
I love that we're seeing more representation down there.
Cool.
Because now they got the Oceanic Data Center. Yes.
Good. Ideally, they recruit some players that like to play from 3 to 5 a.m. That's the time that my story character. It's 4 in the afternoon for me, and I really struggle to find groups sometimes. Yesterday, we had to recruit across the entire. We had to go world visit, and we had to recruit by literally going around and saying, "I'm trying to do the last trial of Heaven's Work. Will anybody help me?"
Mm.
And so it ended up being a party finder of complete strangers that just wanted to help me finish, and it took like 40 minutes to put together.
Mm-hmm.
Just to clear the trial on normal.
Yeah.
So this might be that extra live letter. Sometimes during
Yeah.
point twos, we used to get live letters back at like
During
E3
packs
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
at least interviews.
yeah, and sometimes those are just Q&As. I have that in the spreadsheet of epic nerdiness. I have all 70 live letters documented.
Nice.
We did that during a sponsored stream. If you wonder when I have time to do stuff like this, sponsors. Sponsors helping me fill out spreadsheets. All right, so yeah, so you can see that in 1.x, let's ignore 1.x for it. So in Heaven's Word, what's this? The Mog Shoot Farm live stream.
That's August 15th through the 19th. Are they going to be live that entire time? Or just at various times?
Tune into Twitch to see a variety of farmyard favorite animals. Is that what our event's called?
Maybe.
Okay. We're going to be doing an event with Final Fantasy XIV from the 15th to the 22nd. That sounds a lot like that.
Very neat. Very neat. Well, now you know what to call it.
I don't know. It sounds like that.
Further details will be announced on the Lodestone. How cool would it be, like, if, like, you know how when they had that turn into your favorite Twitch streamers, like, and there were so many that weren't listed, it's like, oh, now they'll work together.
Saying it like it cannot be tuned into your favorite.
Yeah.
There are so many great members of the community, and we are thrilled to get to work with a handful of you.
Yeah. I'm just calling back to that.
You know, stop. Words matter. Biochemistry, words matter. And that is why the English language is confusing. Brought to you by confusion, hurting people's feelings.
Thanks, Bio. That's the last of my coffee. I need to get some water, too. That's what we'll do.
All right, so live letters. So Heaven's Word had a second one at E3. So let's pan up into A Realm Reborn did. Let's go to Heaven's Word. We had the UI interview. We had an extra live letter with the UI interview in the 0.2 patch. Stormblood. We had an extra interview entirely about questions and answers about what the heck is Eureka. Shadowbringers. What happened at 0.2? Well, 0.2 fell in March of 2020 timeframe.
Mm-hmm.
Would have been when that live letter was. In March of 2020, the live letter got canceled because everybody was sealing themselves in Ziploc bags. So there is evidence that we could get a live letter. So this is live letter
72 right now. So there could be a 73 with the Australian packs, which lines up to, you know, going into more of the, you know, 2.5 content, you know, because they haven't gone into the relic. They, you know, like there's things that they haven't shown off that they could easily spend some time on. What if I am my favorite streamer?
Yeah, we're going to be doing something minion based.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
I don't know. It's pretty casual. They didn't like send me like a big NDA packet of anything.
Right. Shut your mouth.
I had follow-up questions. They were like, no, you're taking it too seriously.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
This is
like,
comfy
like
casual
this company, like,
content.
no. We were thinking much more low-key.
Yeah.
Don't.
This is comfy casual content, Chris. All right, let's optimize this. I'm gonna get a spreadsheet. We're gonna do this thing.
I'm organizing. Whoa. Stop you. I gotta stop you right there. That Ted quote. Do I have to wash my hands for this game? What? No, that's a weird question.
Yeah. The live patch note reading August 22nd. We'll also be doing our patch notes. I'll try to get up super early for patch note reading so I can be like, ladies and gentlemen, just buckle up.
Oh, guys, it's August. You know what August means? It means it's time for a 14-hour broadcast.
Yeah. Are they like they had it delayed because there was all kinds of stuff.
Aren't they so glad he's like, man, what if we changed it to Final Fantasy 20? You'd be making your annual streams a lot longer.
Yeah. It's like that's where we're now, Final Fantasy Online. Like, let's get rid of the number associated.
All right. October 8th. October 8th. Anytime we're in the fall.
Well, happy birthday, Darnish.
It's in October. It's so late.
Mikey turns 4 this month. Julie had her birthday just a couple days ago. August is a big August and July. Like it's like we pack it all in. It's Christmas and Christmas in the summertime. Parties after parties.
This is PAX Australia? No, this is all still social distanced. You can see all the dividers. Divider. Oh, is October?
Yeah, it's
PAX?
October.
Oh, it could be. Oh, yeah. So the 14-hour broadcast would be from Australia? That seems like a lot of work.
Yeah, that'd be rough. But that does tell us though, like we've got event after event. So in September and in October, clearly in November, like it's going to be. I think we're going to start to see more stuff pumping out. Oh, look how beautiful
That's
that
the
is.
jacket he was wearing.
That is a gorgeous jacket. That is a gorgeous jacket. I could see myself wearing that jacket. It got me. I'm gonna have to figure out what that costs.
My wife's like, "Can you stop getting jackets and sweatshirts?" So over there.
Yeah.
I had to build that in my office just so that I wasn't taking up all of our shared closet space because that's all
gorgeous.
my hoodies and everything.
Does it come in American fat? That's what I need to know. Like I'm losing weight, but yeah. I don't think I could do 4K. I could. Oh gosh, I can. I don't think I could do that. Any kind of K price on that.
What?
If it was like like $1,000, like if it was $1,000 plus, I don't think I could. I don't think I'd do that. I don't have that kind of. I don't have that kind of money.
That would make it easy to pass on. So please be $4,000.
Yeah, it's like, oh, cool.
Oh,
Thank
cool.
you.
Not for me.
You saved me money. Yeah, the like the $56 a month that the Final Fantasy content I make brings in. It's like, all right, I'll save up for it. Start socking that away.
Cool. JD, thank you so much for sharing Prime with us.
Oh, thanks, JD.
All right. Are we done? I'm not done yet. They probably have more to sell, right?
I bet. This is the QVC hour.
Yeah. We'll need like some stuff at like lower price points, like some coloring books and like some figurines and like a picture book maybe.
That is a sharp looking jacket.
Trying to access the site, but it's not loading. Yeah, that's what this is. This is, can we get our fans to crash our site this hour?
It comes with a minion.
He said this is the oversized medium. Oh, no, he said this is medium size, but the oversized medium size, I would probably
How
say
insane
small.
would it be if they were like attached that to a clamor in game?
And he goes, oh no, the website's down? Oh, that's so weird. All right. They said it would be okay. He goes, they said it would be okay before we put up the announcements. And then Yoshi goes, it hasn't been okay one time before. Like it's never been okay before.
Yeah.
Of course it crashed this site. Only $75? See, that's what I didn't want.
Yeah,
I wanted
site's not working.
$4,000. I wanted $4,000 so that I could pass on it.
Yeah.
The Unending Journal, Volume 1. ARR Heaven's Word Stormblood, the digital book is now available in Japan. They did this before. They put like all these quests in Japanese only. And I was like, why don't these... They released the hard copy. Why don't they do this in English?
Right.
That's how I feel, Mentor. Crap. That's like a number I could come up with. You could buy it in the size you want a jacket for, Brian, because your jackets won't fit then. You're practically losing money not to.
Yeah. And the sale on
50%
the
off the
game.
complete edition sale. For what? Oh.
You paid 175 for the Destiny 2 raid jacket? I think the Destiny 2 raid jacket is pretty cool.
So when they sell complete edition, just keep in mind that like Steam doesn't get a discount because they take those discounts and they apply them when it makes sense for Steam. So they like run discounts during like the Steam summer sale and stuff like that. So anytime you see that not listed, they're not forgetting about you. But Windows, PC, and PS5 are kept a little separate. So. Oh yeah, there's no way those aren't selling for more than $75 secondhand. That doesn't mean it's a good investment. Just because it worked out doesn't make it a
numbers
good
go
idea.
up, man. Numbers go up. Hey, you guys actually crushed over 350 likes. You're at 361. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that.
All right.
And don't forget after
Now hiring game designers.
Yay.
Okay. Scenario designer, game content designer, live system designer. There it goes. Cool. And if you want to work on Final Fantasy XIV, ideally, do you have some Japanese language skills?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it's required or not. I think it is.
Yeah.
For the dev team, I think you have to have at least some. But I think some of their marketing teams and stuff, they may have more localized options.
Right.
Scenario designers write the story, seasonal events, or even MSQ. They do a great job developing in-house talent. Like a lot of the like MSQ writers now were writing lesser things earlier on in the game.
They said the game content designer will design the dungeons, boss fights, etc.
So, but doesn't mean game
Silver says, "I
content
only
doesn't have
speak
like
anime."
localization components.
Yeah.
Live system would be things like island sanctuary, crafting, etc.
Sheriff says they're going to write themselves into the game so that they can wife up Y'shtola. Wife up. That's such a funny term.
I don't know that I realized there was anything green on this cup. Oh no, my finger, it disappeared!
That's like one of the like things you do with the kids. Oh, I'm bringing my thumb. I don't even remember how to do it.
Green screen makes it much easier.
Yeah.
Oh! All right.
They say it's here, but it's not coming up.
We don't necessarily look at previous experience, but if you apply, we might ask you to design something. The most important thing is actually being a warrior of light and knowing the game. Cool. Have a good one, Bio.
Oh, and if you also are a translator, English and German translators.
Well, look at that. The problem is they're not looking. I know Chris does translation work for like English from German and back and forth, but
yeah,
I think they're looking for Japanese to English, Japanese to German. Yeah, they are. So they are actively looking for people to help translate for those two languages. Cool.
So it's called Spend Your Life Savings.
We're getting close to the summary.
Yep. Summary coming up soon.
Whoa.
Unless there's like part 3 of the live, like whoa. Yeah, site's crashed. Like it won't come up for me.
Yeah. You like the translator they had for the media tour?
Mm-hmm.
Which one? They had a couple.
Yeah, multiple.
We've interacted with the ones that come to the US a lot, but those aren't even the same ones they use in Europe. And the community team over here as well. Like we interact with there's a couple of them that we've met and interacted with a couple times, and the EU side's totally different. Kate's the new one, right?
Yeah.
All right. Regarding season rewards for Crystalline Conflict, and then regarding the schedule for expansion of the NA data center.
Okay, yeah.
Both of our modes.
We've covered those.
I may. Yeah. That's who most commonly translates direct for Yoshi-P. But like, she's not always at everything.
Mm-hmm.
I know she didn't do some of the EU media tour. I mean, like, she can't keep up. He does like 100 hours of interviews in like 6 days.
Oh my gosh, Fred. So Fred says, could you imagine the roar of applause if they flashed up that they were looking for a Spanish translator? Oh man, that'd be great.
I think they'd be better off doing that hush hush.
Oh yeah, like that's a 7.0
People
announcement.
didn't expect like, okay, right, it's coming out, but like it could be
that'd be a 7.0 announcement in my mind, right?
It could be 8.0.
That's true. They've waited this long.
How many? I think it was like literally 30 interviews or something.
Mm-hmm.
This time around, maybe more. I think it was 30 interviews at Shadowbringers and like 46 interviews or something this time. That's just the ones I found. There's bound to be ones I did not find. All right, Endwalker Media Tour coverage. Okay, so here's Reddit's sheet. So Reddit says, yeah, there's a lot.
So they have no plans to stream the symphony concert.
See if I can find it. I don't know where it went. Somewhere in here. I don't know. I have it somewhere. Here. There it is.
They say Castle in the Sky is airing on Japanese TV right now, and they are commenting at what part of the story the movie is right now.
So those are all the interviews he gave that I found for the media tour.
Mm-hmm.
And then that resulted in like all these questions. So it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, he gives out honestly, I bet Yoshi P gives at least 100 interviews a year. If you count live letters, I bet he interacts with us I bet he interacts with us through lodestone letters from him, live letters, and interviews and live presentations at things like FanFest. I bet it's 100 times a year.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and like it's in big waves. So it's not like, oh, once every 3 days. I think it's big waves. Like we're on the media tour, like on that day when the embargo lifted, 30 or 40 interviews all went live at the same time. But it's a lot. I mean, he did another interview this week, and usually when he does interviews, he'll do 3 or 4 across the Japanese. Like even if it's just something local, he'll take like 3 or 4 Japanese outlets.
Yeah.
The same week. It's nuts. So like when other games communicate and they communicate poorly, people are like, "Wow, I wish they were as good as Yoshi P." Well, he's practiced.
Yeah, they're wrapping up.
It's like you going and grabbing a basketball and then taking 2 shots and missing both of them. And being like, "Well, I guess I'm not going to be pro."
Some closing words from Yoshi P.
All right. There are no plans for a stream of the Symphony concert.
Oh, the 23rd is going to be great.
So I got really frustrated when the WoW interview with Preach didn't look good for WoW, not because of Preach. The response internally was rumored to have been, well, then let's just do less interviews. And it's like, no, you're taking it that's the wrong takeaway here. It's do more. Do what Yoshi P does. Practice. You play how you practice. Keep going more. So he asked Yoshi P if he wanted some closing words, and Yoshi P goes, "Oh, I hadn't thought of anything." Oh man. Moral. That's funny. That's funny.
Oh.
I think it's what Guild Wars is starting to do more of. Why are they holding hands? Are we all holding hands? Brian, we gotta hold hands.
All right. Is it Paris?
I don't know what that was.
Yeah, we're just waiting. They're enjoying the commentary of the Castle in the Sky.
Return.
They are in deep prayer.
Okay. Is this it? Is this the end? They're still talking about the movie.
Yeah, they're still talking about the movie.
Didn't he say he hadn't seen it? All right.
He says, "I don't want to call it a meme." Internet phenomenon.
I think that's just translation. That's not
the Barros balls scene from the movie turned into some sort of internet phenomenon. AKA,
yeah, I think that's Miona just catching us up.
Yeah.
Thank God for Luna and Mione.
It actually crashed Twitter of Japan.
Wow. Wow. Is he going to turn this into some sort of watch party? Cannot imagine how the rights on that would get negotiated.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Come on, Yoshi P. Let's see the wave. We're here for the wave. You can do it. Oh, they're bowing. This is it. Is that the wave?
I still can't get to that clothing site. Yeah, I still can't either, Paul. I'm like, all right, I'll try again. Nope.
Seems like they're starting to say. All right, let's sum this bad boy up.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
All right.
They've had a preview stream a few years ago that overlapped with Latapa having another stream today that overlapped again. It's going to give some deep thoughts. I hope there will be another stream in the future that overlaps with it. Thanks everyone for tuning in today, and please look forward to 6.2. See you at the patch note reading. So on that note, guys, check that link. This stream should automatically redirect you into the live summary.
Twitch just stay.
So yeah, Twitch, you stay there. If you're on Twitch as well, we love the double lurkers, but I'm going to hit end on this. So that way YouTube archives the full live reaction, and we're going to summarize it and discuss it with you guys in kind of podcast form over on the Final Fantasy Ginger XIV. So thanks for being here on the Prime. We'll see you guys in a second over on